welcome to another Razorback Recon. I'm the Sarge. We got Hog Wild with us today.
Yes, sir.
Um, Guys, I have to apologize. I am feeling really bad today. I am under the weather, so I am going to be muted for most of this game, probably. But YT will take you up to the game time we start, and then we're just gonna sit back and relax and watch the game with y'all. Um, if I start feeling better sometime during the game, I'll give my shout outs and stuff like I normally do. Um, but I do apologize for that. And I know we had a super chat here right before we started. Damian Walker, man, appreciate you for supporting the channel. Damian says, "Let's go, gents." Absolutely, we want to continue this win for sure. So, YT, take it away, man. You got 4 minutes. Let everybody know what they need to know.
Well, I don't exactly know who's starting on the mound today. It's probably Gackle. I think me and you talked about that earlier. Uh, I haven't seen any update on Rutenbar and his nose. I'm sure he's probably not going to play today. But
Don't
let's
worry
see.
about that. What I'm talking about, just go through the barracks. Let everybody know we appreciate them being
Well,
here.
well, we got Jeff in the building as always. Big Sarge said he hasn't been feeling good. Uh, we got positive Ozzy in the building. Robert Williams. I'm doing pretty good. Got back from Little Rock a couple hours ago. Zach Cord said, "What up, Sarge?" We got Kirk Hanna in the building. D Black. We're gonna have that same energy. JK is at Bomb Walker. Big Phil. JK said he got his bobblehead, Sarge. Mm. Connor Diamond. I'm not sure who Bobby Cox is, Connor,
He was
but rest in peace, sir.
Braves all time winningest manager or something. He was really good manager for the Braves.
Ah, well, rest in peace to that man. That's sad. Tamara's here today. Got Dubzilla. Time for some recon. Absolutely. Stiller Stiller said no sick days, sir. LOL. I think what he was saying is suck it up, Sarge.
Sarge is sucking it up. That's why we have a stream today. If it was
Oh,
a sick
Ozzy,
day,
Ozzy,
we would have no stream.
Ozzy said that they actually threw their ace yesterday. Oklahoma did, and Gackle is starting. David Shelby in the building. Welcome in, sir. RS, how's it going? Thomas says, "Woo pig." Absolutely. Stiller said he appreciates you being here today, Sarge.
Sarge will sacrifice to get his people what they want.
Man, what'd y'all think of that professional pitcher that threw? What was it? He threw 10 pitches. Was it 40 pitches over 100 miles an hour yesterday? That was crazy.
Yeah,
I'm sure his arm is not thanking him today.
he threw I think 9 or 10 in one inning.
Yeah, at 103.
103.6.
I watched those pitches, and it just looks like it glides out of his hand straight over the. It doesn't even look real. I just think Gackle has to find rhythm, Ozzy, in my opinion. If he can find rhythm, he'll be good. He's just got to get those nerves shook off. It's like when he gets up there, he's just a nervous guy, which I'd be nervous in front of, you know, what is the attendance, like 14,000?
It's even.
Oh, we're going to start this now again already.
Is this senior day?
Yes.
And the Hogs coming off game one yesterday
Who was
afternoon.
walking today? Does anybody know?
And we'll see what we have in store for game two. Brett Dolan, Troy Eklund, aloha. Thanks for joining us. It's been a Hawaiian celebration all weekend long, and for the most part, it feels like maybe an offensive celebration as well with what Arkansas was able to do against the Sooners.
Boy, 4 home runs yesterday. The power's really come out for the Hogs, and again, it's across the whole board. It's not just one player really hitting the ball long.
Certainly, the Hogs got off to a very good start, and I think we felt like the ball was going to be flying early when Mike Anu just missed a homer off the fence.
Yeah, that was an absolute laser, but a couple batters later, Damian Ruiz with a 3-run shot into the hog pen, and Arkansas wasn't done yet. How about Alexander Peck, his second hit of the season, a no-doubter to left field.
He was filling in for Rutenbaugh, who played a ground ball off his nose. Then Camden Kochel was able to elevate and celebrate. Stuck one out. That was worth 4. Mike Anu with the go-homer. That ended the game. 4 homers for the Razorbacks. 9 of their runs scored on long balls, and he may have lost his shirt. We're going to keep our shirts on, but I would say, Troy, part of yesterday's story was the performance again of Hunter Dietz.
Boy, Hunter Dietz has been so good. The fastball is always there, the cutter as well, but the pitch that's really made him, just really differentiated him is that breaking ball.
Yeah, the cutter and the breaking ball, no doubt. Well, today, maybe a little bit of a surprise that Gabe Gackle right back in that starting rotation here for game 2.
Well, Gackle definitely has the potential to have an exceptional game. The stuff is there. It all gets down to Gackle in his command, and can he get ahead of hitters early in the count?
He's going to face a Sooners team that loves to run. Yesterday, they did not attempt a stolen base. Little different lineup for Skip Johnson this afternoon. Walk Johnson, LaChance, then Willits back in the cleanup spot. Gamble and Brock, Harris, Branch, and Larkin, the starting 9 for the Sooners, who did fall below 500 in the league at 12 and 13. Troy, it's a rare winless day, and while the temperatures still below 80 degrees, it feels like the ball might be flying this afternoon.
Well, there's no breeze in from right field, like you said, and in batting practice, any left-handed batter was shooting balls on top of the building, over the scoreboard. It was an absolute launching pad today, so that's going to be key for both these pitchers to try to work the bottom part of the zone and see if they can induce some ground balls.
And no surprise, a pitch-com issue before we are ready to go.
It's amazing that it doesn't happen until the game's ready to start.
DJ Baxendale, about to be Arkansas's general manager, is in charge of batteries today, and Ryder says, ready to go to work. It was something yesterday with Helfrich catching Dietz, because you have a veteran catcher, a strike-throwing pitcher, and it was efficient, it was effective. We'll see what happens this afternoon with Gackle, and Jason Walk steps in to begin things.
Good Lord, that guy is like right on top of the
rolling
plate.
From Baum Walker with strike 1. Our plate umpire will be James Ainsworth. Jeff Wright will umpire at first. Michael Phillips at second. Kevin Sweeney at third base. Got the shades on as well for James Ainsworth. Walk hitting .239 on the year. Takes a breaking ball that misses. Sooners had 7 hits, scored a couple of runs. One of those was unearned yesterday. You see the season numbers for Walk. Maybe a little bit of a surprise after hitting 9 homers a year ago. Gackles missed on a couple of breaking pitches up in the zone.
Yeah, he had some pop in batting practice today. I think he was one of the guys that hit a couple up on top of the building. So small frame, but there's some juice in that bat.
Sooners would love to score first, the way they operate their offense, and not play from behind when it's a little more difficult to try and run and create their chaos for Skip. And we had a great conversation today with the head Sooner. Always fun to talk baseball with Skip. And listen, his team last year, 14 and 16 in the conference. They fallen below 500, even though for the longest time it felt like maybe they were overachieving just a bit. I know they want to finish strong because everybody does.
Sure, and he said with his team, they have got to take one pitch at a time. I think he took that away from coaching so long with the legend Augie Garrido at Texas.
There's a big wave and a miss at
There we
95
go, Gackle.
MPH, and walk doesn't walk. He's down on strikes from Gackle to begin our game.
I think that's a big strikeout for Gabe Gackle because you just don't want these Sooners to get on the base paths because they just create chaos. Again, they're a team that's attempted 120 stolen bases successful 102 times coming into this weekend.
So Camden Johnson next in. We're Camden heavy. We're Johnson heavy today. Camden had a double and a single, scored one of the 2 Sooner runs in the late afternoon game. He's going to swing at the first pitch from Gackle, and sky 1 to center. On a cloudless afternoon, Micah New will glide over and make the catch. He was just honored before the game on senior day and makes the grab. I think there was some conversation about New starting and joking that if DVH didn't start New, it would be back-to-back games with somebody who won a contest with a homer that didn't start the next game.
Yeah, that would be tough. And yeah, you said clear skies today. A little different than what happened in Columbia, Missouri. There was no fog for New to have to deal with on that last fly ball.
We'll explain more on that later. Meanwhile, Dayton LaChance in. Quebec native. A couple of singles as well yesterday. Part of a 2 for 3. Takes a pitch outside from Gackle. Gabe coming off the start Sunday against the Rebels, in which he went 4 innings. Held out 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. Only walked 1. K'd 5, and even those 2 earned runs need an explanation because there was a wind-blown home run when the ball was really carrying the left. I felt like he pitched extremely well against the Rebels last Sunday.
I thought he did too, and I think that's why he gets the nod today on Saturday. And if he can get the swing and the miss on that breaking ball that he just threw, he's going to have a successful day.
Always feels like pitchers like to get off to good starts. Certainly probably the case for Gackle, although that one is skied out to left. Ruiz doesn't see the baseball. Where is it? And it is a foul ball. Ruiz was running along the warning track. I didn't see it. I was watching him. The Sooners think they have a home run, and now Kevin Sweeney says it is a home run. Did he lose it too?
What?
That ball was up and out, and Troy, I never saw it.
I never saw it either. That was an
Kevin
absolute
Sweeney
moonshot.
said foul, and then a few seconds later he was motioning for a home run. It's the second time in as many weeks that's happened to the Sooners. They lost their argument last week at home against the Gators. No argument for the Razorbacks, but Ruiz never saw the baseball, and I don't think he was the only one.
Yeah, that was a crazy, crazy event right there. Like I said, 45-degree launch angle. It only went 360 feet. So it didn't get out by much.
96 off the bat. Again, you mentioned the launch angle. And Troy Ruiz was just running parallel with the track, almost hoping to find the baseball. But Kevin Sweeney, I swear, at third base, threw up his hands and said foul. And a few seconds later, when LaChance is rounding, he changed his mind. Did he get help from Ainsworth?
I'm not sure what happened on that. That was pretty crazy.
Well, LaChance has been on a home run binge as of late. That's number 7 on the season. Jackson Willits takes one down and in. Willits had 3 groundouts yesterday. We got to see some type of replay, though, to see if we can identify the baseball or even where it may have landed.
We need to go send somebody out into the hog pen to figure out who's got the baseball.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Willits. Gackle was hoping for a perfect first. Instead, he gave up a home run that most of us don't know where it landed, and then he pumps in a strike to Willits, so the count couldn't have been 2-2. Let's just see this ball come off the bat. You see it go straight up in the air. Watch Ruiz. Right now, he doesn't know where it's at. What do you got, Troy?
I don't know. I was trying to find the fans and see what they had, but a big strikeout for Gabe Gackle. But
Ready to get out of there,
swing
striking
for
him out.
Dayton LaChance getting the.
Well, that's a
Sooners on the
bizarre way
board.
to start our game. The Sooners will take the home run from LaChance. They lead it 1-0 with the Razorbacks coming at the bat.
1 run in 1 inning is not that bad. Come on now, Ozzy. Positive Ozzy has left the building.
One nothing lead, and I'm excited to see this left-hander Cameron Johnson for the Sooners. All kinds of big-time arm potential.
Yeah, you're right. 94 to 97 on the fastball, and the thing about that is his fastball's got some sink, which is going to be great for them today. And he gets 70% of his pitches or balls put in play are ground balls, and when he's on, that's what you're going to see. Opponents only hitting 190 off the big left-hander.
That's a crazy number to think opponents hitting less than 200 against him. Left-handers have caused the Razorbacks some issues, and today the lineup will feature Ruiz, Kojal, Helfrich, then Kuhio Eloy, Souza, New, Stewart, Pompey, and Alexander Peck back at first, and hitting ninth, his third start at first base on the season. Last-minute words of wisdom from Nate Thompson before Arkansas bats against Cameron Johnson. We're still trying to piece together that home run from LaChance, though, back in the top of the first inning.
Well, it was an absolute moonshot, and I'm looking at the flags now, and it was pretty calm the last half inning. Now it's almost blowing straight in from left field. So LaChance hit that one at the best time he possibly could.
You wonder if we're going to have a few fly balls that outfielders are just going to lose today.
There's hardly any clouds in the sky, and it does make for a tough sky when it's just sky blue.
Well, Damian Ruiz had 2 hits yesterday, including a homer, and also struck out 2 times. Both times he K'd. He thought the pitches were out of the zone, and if we had the ABS like they will in Hoover, he might have been smacking his helmet, hoping for a chance to stay in the box because he still walked more than he struck out this year. And Johnson fires one down in the zone. Oh, he gets the low strike, and fans grumble downstairs.
Wow, there's already some barking from the Arkansas dugout. DVH is not happy, and neither is Nate Thompson.
Good Lord, that thing was 4 inches off the ground.
Johnson misses up and out. Johnson threw 1 inning in Game 2 last weekend. He felt a knee issue. Skip Johnson erred on the side of caution, took him out of the game. They had an MRI. Everything was okay. He told us today, listen, this kid, we got to put his health first. Tremendous arm. But Troy, with that fastball, I'm not so sure that a couple of starts ago when he threw about 110 pitches, I think almost 100 were just simply fastballs with the run, the movement, and the velo he offered.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got it's nothing straight that comes out of his hand. I think if you're Arkansas, you've really got to make him fill up the strike zone. But, boy, that three-quarter arm slide being 6'6", 250, first of all, it looks like he's about 48 feet instead of 60 feet away from you with that size.
His payoff pitch, that is a foul ball. Looks like it hit off the shin guard or shoe of Ruiz, and James Ainsworth waited a split second but threw up his hands, even though that ball had some pretty good velo out to Johnson. Cam Johnson started his college career at LSU, had a 13 ERA as a freshman. Last year's first season as a Sooner, made 10 appearances, 7 starts at a 5.57 ERA. That one's grounded sharply to short. Glove by Willits. He'll throw out Ruiz, and there's 1 out. Troy, he started this year with 5 walks and 32 strikeouts in 21 innings. So when we asked Skip today what he needs to do, he simply said just throw strikes with the fastball.
That's right. I mean, he fills up the zone. He's going to have a lot of success. And like you said, the movement on that fastball is really exceptional. Again, the three-quarter arm slot, it has some run as well.
Kojal had 3 hits yesterday, including a grand slam, and he takes one down. And yeah, just to finish the thought on Johnson, just part of the scouting report is consistent running action with above average extension coming from that big frame of his. And Kojal takes one at 95 for a strike. Kojal's 15th homer yesterday tied him with Helfrich for the team lead. He also got to 60 hits on the season. First Razorback to reach that number. Best batting average at home. Best batting average with runners on base. top slugging percentage as well on this club.
Well, and I think that conference batting average is starting to climb as well.
Lefty-lefty matchup, one of 3 left-handers in the lineup for the Razorbacks, and that's cut on a missed at 96. So big Cameron Johnson just starting to get loose. IMG product, though, for his high school baseball. And the 2-2 pitch in there for a strike. And Kojo down looking. That was 94, but it had a little wobble or movement to it.
It really did. I don't know if that had just kind of a little natural cut to it, but that ball really kind of darted away from Camden Kojo. But, yeah, it's almost even a little below a 3/4 arm slot, and I think that's what makes Cameron Johnson so difficult to pick up.
Here's Helfrich. Ryder has reached base in 15 straight games.
It's almost like that the baseball is coming out like the second baseman is throwing the ball to the plate. And he is not even on the first base side of the rubber. So just that great extension he has creates a good angle.
I think with that extension and just his movement, that he's one of those pitchers you feel like you need to see several times before you're even beginning to be comfortable, but even then it's no guarantee.
No, I don't think so. And the one thing about being that far down, it's really tough. The release point's got to be really consistent. If it's not, you're going to see that pitch kind of dancing around from inside to outside like you've seen already in this at-bat.
Ryder leads the SEC in walks. One more, he'll be at 49. Instead, it's a strike. I got to tell you what, if James Ainsworth gives that pitch to Johnson, he's going to be in for a deep afternoon as far as innings thrown. That looked better than the previous pitch, didn't it?
Yeah, that might have been the 3-0 almost automatic strike, but just a little bit down, and another great at-bat by Ryder Helfrich.
So again, he's now reached base 16 straight games, 1 walk away from 50. I mean, you're talking about a guy who walks almost every single game on average.
Well, again, you're giving the rest of your teammates an opportunity for RBIs when you get on base that consistently.
Kuhio Aloy hitting at a 308 clip. He has the best batting average of any Razorback at home.
With Chance really giving some words of encouragement to Johnson out there on the mound. Seems like when Johnson's missing, it is arm side away from those right-handed hitters.
Is he wearing a brace on that left leg under those pants? Delivers a strike to Aloy.
Yeah, he sure is. You can see
leg,
that
you can
right
see
above
the
the knee right there. That almost looks like one of the ones that offensive linemen wear.
That's a specimen out there on the mound. You got power against power with Johnson and Aloy. That's outside. Cahill had 7 hits, 3 homers, 6 runs batted in against the Rebels over the weekend. 0 for 3 with a walk, and he scored a run yesterday in the 6.5-inning game. Razorbacks' 10th run rule victory of the season. It's in there for a strike. If Cahill would hit another 470-ish foot home run like he did last Sunday, considering the high sky, nobody might see it. It might carry onto the street, and we'll all be looking for the baseball.
Might be down there on Razorback Road.
Everybody's looking around. Where did that go? Did it disappear, disintegrate? Helfrich going back to the base. Aloy spanks one out to right. Harris has that ball carry on him. He had to contort his body to jump up and make the catch. 107 off the bat of Aloy, but he's out. Razorbacks leave a base runner. One.
I feel like they need to all these umpires that be calling stuff, they need to make sure their eyes are checked daily. That's a good question, Nigel.
LaChance is confused. Gackle is confused. Watch our third base umpire, Troy, throw up his hands. Indeed, Kevin Sweeney throws him up to say foul ball, and then all of a sudden someone said, no, and then he's signaling home run.
Wow, I don't know if I've ever seen that before, as the change of a home run call on a phantom ball, I guess. That was crazy.
Gackle was confused. LaChance didn't know where the baseball was. The left fielder didn't know where the baseball was. Here's Trey Gamble, the DH. So, Troy, do you think that's Ainsworth, the plate umpire, tracking and then telling his colleague that, no, that's fair?
It could have been.
Gamble had a couple of ground outs yesterday, part of an 0 for 2, and he takes that one upstairs from Gackle.
Upstairs?
Now, last week for the Sooners, they gave up 8 runs in an inning against the Florida Gators. They had 4 home runs, did Florida. One of those home runs looked like it was 20 feet fouled on the right field line. It blew so hard it came, I think, behind the pole, landed fair for a homer, but it may not have been fair at that time. And Skip said he went out to talk to the umpire, and the umpire said, no. I've got it 5 feet fair. And Skip said, I need you to measure, build something for me if you're convinced. The issue was the first base umpire turned away from the ball because it looked like it was so far foul. And while it's curving maybe behind the pole, the umpire at first isn't looking at it. And the plate umpire had to make that determination, which was almost the same thing we had today.
Yeah, that's crazy. That they had something so similar, but I think that ball was fair. I just don't think anybody saw it because it was such a moonshot.
Gamble will lift one in the air to left. Does Ruiz see this one? He's chasing and is out of play. Of course, if it's a Razorback home run, the fans are reacting. They're jumping around trying to get the baseball like that gentleman did on the foul ball. But they're a little bit disinterested when it's an opponent, so you don't get the scurry or the commotion.
Thanks for subscribing.
We got to track everything today because it's definitely a high sky.
You feel a little bit bad, though, for Gackle because, again, he gave up one of those homers that off the bat last Sunday against the Rebels. You're thinking, well, that's an easy fly ball to left, and then it keeps carrying, and you're like, oh, my goodness. Arkansas, of course, came back to win it in dramatic fashion in the bottom of the ninth with a Christian Turner walk-off home run. Sooners lead 1-0 today, and that fastball is over the inside corner for strike 3. Trey Gamble disagrees. He tossed the bat aside. The Gackle gets his third strikeout. Well, I told you what, it's going to be one of these afternoons.
Yeah, there's a couple pitches before that one that Gamble, it almost hit him. He was standing very close to home plate, and I think Helfrich might have stolen one right there.
Exactly.
But Ryder has been doing that a lot.
If nobody saw where it went, how can
pretty
you
much all season, really, in the last
foul?
Month or so, as Brendan Brock steps in. He is the left fielder today, caught yesterday, and he's going to ground to short, and there's 2 outs. It was 112 off the bat, and Brock retired. Troy, it feels like Helfrich's so good at stealing strikes, and he told me, he feels like maybe he can get one from time to time, but if we get to Hoover and the ABS comes in and you start overruling pitches, is when the umpires might get a little bit rattled.
I think so. It'll definitely get in the back of their minds. Might even be the front of their minds.
Yeah, you have 5-6 calls overruled in the first 3 innings. What does that do for your confidence, and how does that impact a catcher trying to frame pitches from that point?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be really interesting, and kind of like challenges are in the SEC currently on the challengeable plays.
Harris will poke one to Pompey at third, who is playing in.
Jeez.
Pompey throws
Steven
out Harris,
in the building.
and Gackle has a perfect second inning.
Hope you're enjoying
Razorbacks will send up Sousa, New, and Stewart.
What's your son? It's a big day, senior day. Hoping Micah can knock one out of the park again today. Hey, as long as they call those low ones on us, I'm fine with it. I agree. I think it should have been like an official review, Ozzy, instead of a challenge.
The fact we started at 4 p.m. on a Friday with a track meet, 3 graduations, and some chaos. And that fan believes Saturdays indeed are for the Razorbacks, but it's the Sooners with a 1-0 lead as bring you back inside Baum Walker.
Brett,
Golden Sousa will lead off.
This is pretty interesting, but Cameron Johnson took a while to get out on the mound. He only threw 4 warm-up pitches in between innings.
I guess when you only throw fastballs, you don't need to mix in the breaking ball, the change up, and he pumps one in there at the knees for a strike to Sousa at 94.
It didn't phase him. First pitch right down the chute.
No, it did not. On this Hawaiian Heat weekend with Vahiva Aloy bobbleheads being given away, Sousa another Hawaiian in. Hitting .291 this year against left-handers, so that's a good number. Getting a really good lefty, though, today.
I think that inside-out swing that Sousa has had this season really is kind of conducive of hitting against left-handers.
I think you're right. I think that's part of it. Right down the chute again. Troy, these hitters have seen some pitches in a really good hitting spot but haven't pulled the trigger much.
I think the delivery and arm slot of Johnson's really thrown them off.
That's strike 3. Sousa was a spectator in that sequence.
Well, it's 2 fastballs. That last one was a little bit more on the edge. The one before that was right down the chute, and you've got to be ready when it's 1 ball, 1 strike. But great location right there by Cameron Johnson, and you don't have to mix things up when you throw fastballs like that, and good location.
Veronica's in the house.
Mike Anu honored as part of the Senior Day festivities. He ended the game yesterday with a home run. As he takes a strike, his mom, Drian, did not make it because she had flight issues. She was here today. She missed the game-ending home run yesterday, Micah's 7th of the season. DVH had his monthly luncheon. New will spank one out to right field. This ball starts to travel. It's going to disappear. Hit the top
my God.
Back-to-back games for Micah New with the homer.
Let's go.
That is Arkansas's 15th long ball in their last 5 SEC games counting today. And Troy, one of the guys he said we need to get going is Micah New. Well, he's found that home run stroke as of late.
Well, you've kind of started seeing Kahio Aloy, his last at-bat, hit the ball the other way. That's what Micah New does right there. And with some authority, that hit off the top of the facade of the building out there in right field. An absolute bullet, 106 off the bat. How about 406 feet? Again, not a bad pitch. That's up and away. But again, it was about chest high.
Zach Stewart takes strike 1. To finish the thought, though, Dave said 2 things that caught my attention. He said, we just don't finish teams off. And one guy we need to get going is Micah New. Well, yesterday it was New finishing off Oklahoma for the run rule. And now he's homered in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Maybe he spoke something into existence.
Yeah, sometimes some positive thoughts will definitely play themselves out. And talking about guys that the Arkansas Razorbacks want to get hot, this guy right here is Zach Stewart. Again, 200-plus career hits, 50-plus home runs, so definitely knows how to hit. And you want that experience to kind of correlate into this postseason run for the Hogs.
Yesterday hit a sac fly, walked and scored a run, also bounced out to second. So another lefty-lefty matchup, and he'll wear that one. Zach's not afraid to take the HBP. That was one of the few breaking balls we have seen, Troy.
That was a
and
breaking
it was one
ball.
that Johnson
like
lost
it
and
right
easily plunked Stewart.
Well, the hard thing about it is when you've got that 3/4 to almost sidearm delivery is getting your fingers on top of the breaking ball. You get kind of on the side of it, and it just doesn't have that bite.
Would that have been a floating changeup?
I mean, yeah, something.
Maybe we can have an eruption.
Yeah, it's 80
here.
mile an hour. That could have been a change. But
I mean, the spin was really low.
Mount St. Pompey.
That would have been a left-on-left changeup, which would have been
what I was just thinking,
a little bit unusual. As TJ Pompey takes a ball. Pompey double figures in both homers and stolen bases. Mike Anu's trying to get to that spot where he could join him as far as being in double figures in both of those categories, power and speed.
Well, Brett, we talk about a really good job of Ryder Helfrich framing pitches with Chance right there. Really kind of pulled one up for Johnson. I think the catchers that are more quiet in the way they receive the baseball are the ones that seem like they get more calls. It's the big dramatic movements that really kind of throw those umpires off.
Tell you what, though, when you throw as hard as Johnson does or Deach yesterday, you got to let a natural movement. It feels like maybe it's a little bit harder for that plate umpire.
Good
I don't
Lord,
know if that's
that
a strike
thing's
in my
low.
book.
I don't think that last pitch is a strike. That's just a great frame job. But LeChance is just kind of picking that thing and just kind of pulling it up just a hair.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Pompey. Off and rolling is Stewart as Pompey fouls one back. Stewart has not attempted a steal all year, but he was in motion.
That is trying to stay out of the double play right there. And if you've got a guy that's a strike him out, throw him out type of hitter, that's TJ Pompey with 60-plus strikeouts. So that was a big gamble by DVH and Nate Thompson.
I'd say so. That is as casual of a flip to first as you will see. You could almost drop kick it over there. Harder than Johnson threw it to Larkin. News homer this inning. Stewart hit by a pitch. Stewart's running. That ball's laced.
Oh.
That's a line drive to
Oh,
the
is it
gap in
gone?
left center. And
It's
beyond.
gone, baby.
Into the hard pan. A laser beam
Mount
from
St.
Pompey.
Pompey
115 off his bat. The second homer for the Razorbacks this inning. And it's 3-1 Hogs. That was absolutely torched.
Let's go.
420 feet. And make it 16 homers in 4+ games now for Arkansas.
That is a fastball right down the chute, and it's kind of funny. Zach Stewart got out to second base and stopped, and I don't know if he just wanted to admire that baseball going over the fence, but there was no way that the center fielder or left fielder were going to get to it, and just kind of wondering what Stewart was doing, but
Sarge
an absolute
isn't
bullet by
feeling too
TJ
good right
Pompey.
now.
Here's Alexander Peck, and well, that's only going to get these fans a little more invested. It was Peck who came on for Rutenbar after he took a ground ball off his nose and was bloodied. And then Peck, in his first at bat, went down on strikes, hit a 2-run homer in his 5th. And Troy, are you
Come
ready
on,
for what
Woody.
I'm about to tell you? Do you have any idea what I'm even going to blow your mind with?
I have no idea.
Okay,
Bring it.
When Rutenbar exited the game, it was under the concussion protocol. He could have re-entered, and DVH, I think, might have been ready to put Rutenbar back in the game.
Oh, is that one
Peck will
gone
sock
too?
one out to center,
Oh,
and
no.
Walk comes in to make the catch for the second out. Can you imagine had he let Rutenbar come back and hit instead of letting Peck bat when he hit the home run into the hog pen?
Wow, yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Almost softball re-entry type stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But part of the new situation, if you come out because of a concussion, potential concussion, you're cleared, you're allowed to re-enter.
You wonder how many things or tests you have to go through to get cleared back, because that's got to be extensive.
Our scoring system might have just destroyed itself with Oliver Grigg, and Ruiz watches that go to the backstop. I got to tell you what, Johnson, I know command and control is always part of the equation, whether it's good or not. Does he feel a little bit rattled?
I think this
It
kid's
just
hurt.
seems like it, and it seems like the pitches that he's missing with are all away from right-handed batters. But again, when you have that very unique arm slot
that left
instead of
leg's
more
messing
straight
him
over the
up.
top, it makes that release point that much more critical.
2 homers this inning for the Razorbacks. And Ruiz with a big soft chopper. Johnson nicely done to come off the mound and scoop and throw and retire Ruiz to end the inning. But
Let's go.
Arkansas takes the lead. A couple of home runs, Troy.
Yeah, Mike Anu got one going. He shot that one out to right field, and then another one by TJ Pompey. The Hogs and the long ball are really coming together for Arkansas.
TJ Pompey and Mike Anu going yard. Eruption. We're finally hitting it off left-handers. Yeah, I think that pitcher's plant leg is messed up pretty bad. He said earlier, guys, that
Final
he was
home
doing
games
it
of
for
the year, unless
reverse
the Razorbacks
psychology.
get on a heater, and it feels like they want to toy with that possibility. Gackle working with the lead, and here is Kyle Branch, the second baseman, who takes a strike. Branch had a single yesterday and 2 at-bats. Coming off a season a year ago where he started every game, hit .288. Somebody who is known for seeing sometimes in excess of 20 pitches a game with how he can work pitchers, which I think it's part of this potential chaos offense. But I would think for the Sooners today, they're going to want to sock to and slug, because there might be a few balls they hit in the air that on other days would not carry out that could. But here's Branch trying to work the count again, but he's behind 1-2.
Yeah, I think that this is a game to swing the bat. You know, you're going to have to be aggressive at the plate. It could be one of those like a football score, 10-7 type of ball games.
There's a ball punched down the first base line. That is a fair foul. It's fair. Gackle with the leaping reception, and he gets it out. And then a handshake
Nice
with Branch.
play.
Our first base umpire, Jeff Wright, was turned in knots. He wasn't sure if he was going to get hit, pointing fair or foul. Peck finally got
Great
to it.
play.
But credit Gackle for the race to get to the base and then the catch.
Look at the range that Alexander Peck has, and again, that's being tall and lanky. Throws kind of a air ball over to him, and
Ooh.
that's all Branch can do. He's trying to do everything he can. He hit the green base. It's just Gackle's momentum just carried him across, and well, that's a great job by Branch not making that collision being harder than what it was.
Agreed. And, again, I'm with you. That's a great job by Peck to get their spin and throw. That one's grounded off the glove of Souza as Peck was retreating to the base. And Connor Larkin, former Colorado High School Player of the Year at Cherry Creek High School, gets a single. Second hit for the Sooners one time through this lineup. I still feel like we're off for a crazy afternoon. I'm not going to go all Brendan Sorsby and try and gamble on what this is going to look like the rest of the game. But, I mean, we could have some twists and turns on this drive and this trip.
I wouldn't be surprised if
Making
we
fun of that
have
college
a couple.
base.
Well, I've never seen that happen
That
before.
college quarterback that
Pitch in for a strike to Jason Walk.
got caught gambling on baseball games.
I am liking the all gray Sooner uniform with the gray batting helmet. That's top notch.
Flip to first, and Larkin, no real threat to run, back in diving. Again, I think the Sooners love it when they can build a lead and run with some aggression rather than risking making outs on the bases in an afternoon or a day when they're behind and the conditions are favorable. But once it's your identity or style of play, it's
Robinette's
get
a good
too carried
first
away.
baseman, Dylan.
Listen, Skip said with Reggie Willits over there, who runs this offense, it's part of what he has done, and it's kind of how you lean into recruiting, lean into your offense. but they also know Ryder Helfrich's behind the plate. Walk will stroke one down the line in right, and it's going to go all the way to the fence. Stewart has a long run to go get the baseball. Larkin is going to be held at third. And down a couple of runs, he is not waved in, which was interesting on the double from Jason Walk.
Off the bat, I thought that Larkin's going to score from first base, but
I thought so too,
maybe a
Greg.
little bit of a
That was kinda
conservative move
crazy.
by the Sooners when you feel like you've got one out.
Would you have waved him home?
I think I would have. You know, that's a great job by Walk to go down and get that baseball. Look how far Stewart has to go get to this baseball. He does make a strong throw in, but I think he's going to score.
It looked
on
like
that
Stewart
play.
was hovering in middle
Camden Johnson, the
field.
Wichita State transfer.
Well, and that's your
Center field.
reasoning right there, because you got Camden Johnson up. You've got a great contact hitter. You think he's going to put the ball in play, and you're going to score that run.
I think you're onto something. Hit 325 a year ago, 17 doubles, a big year in the Cape, almost hit 300 there. And to me, it feels like he is one of the most important parts of this lineup, along with Jackson Willits, as far as trying to continue some innings and put up some big numbers.
Come on,
I think
Gabe.
the only position for Arkansas is probably going to come to the plate is maybe a T.J. Pompey over at third base.
One out in the inning, a 1-1 pitch to Johnson. Gackle
There we
snapped
go.
off his best pitch of the game and gets the swinging strike 2.
That was one of those back foot breaking balls that just dipped right under the bat of Johnson on that swing.
Gackle would love his 4th strikeout. Ground ball to Souza instead. The run will score, and Johnson retired. It's a 3-2 game. Johnson picks up RBI number 38. As I mentioned yesterday, he came into this weekend second in the conference in SEC-only games in runs batted in. Adds another.
Well, think about this. Larkin gets on base on a difficult play for Souza, but one that we've seen him make before this season. So that was a big no play by Nolan Souza to allow that run to score.
This is LaChance. Hit the home run that few saw. Walk was coming down the line at third, and Gackle broke contact. We did our best with our crew's help to go back after the fact and try and piece it together. But nonetheless, LaChance will take it. His 7th home run. Most of those have come in the last couple of weeks. He is a guy that played for Skip's son, Tyler Johnson, at McLennan Junior College. Tyler since moved on to DBU, but last year with the Highlanders, hit 21 home runs, then added a couple in the Cape, and in the fall, Skip Johnson compared him to Carlton Fisk with that frame and catching ability. Pitches off the corner, 2-0.
Well, I think if you're Gabe Gackle, that's maybe where you want to stay with LaChance in this situation. Such a big, strong kid that you don't want to let those arms get extended and, like I said, hit a moonshot out in the hog pen.
Walk comes sprinting down the line at third base, and Gackle misses down and out.
I think if you're Arkansas, you almost want to put up a 4 right here and just send LaChance down to first base.
Is Gackle cognizant of Walk coming down that line, kind of darting around?
I think he's probably a little bit aware of that.
I think
for
so,
sure.
too. Feel like that's in the back of his mind. 3-0 pitch. He gets the automatic strike. Going to be 2 aspects to this game. One is the long ball. That pitch is outside. Another is free base runners. And can you score some runs without the benefit of a homer? And then do you take advantage of free base runners with a 2-3 run homer or more?
Yeah, I think so. And again, you think about the difficult play Susan missed, but yeah, you just can't give either team extra at bats. It's almost like not getting, a defensive rebound, and you let the other team get that offensive rebound and have multiple shots. They're going to score eventually.
I think that has to be part of the thought process. This is Jackson Willits. That one nearly got him on the inside of his jersey.
Well, I'll tell you what, when Gabe Gackle misses, historically he misses glove side. And it's interesting because he sets up on that side of the rubber. I mean, he is as almost as far to the first base side of the rubber as he can be. And it's just interesting the way he sets up that way, and then he misses to that side of home plate.
A few conversations going on down in that Arkansas dugout. Willett struck out back in the first. 3 hits, 4 runs batted in last weekend against the Gators, including a big triple. Helped win that first game.
I guess we're not calling that low ball both ways.
Of course, his dad is Reggie Willits. His brother Eli was the #1 overall pick last year by the Nationals. That one sprayed down the line and left and out of play. A lot of brother themes this weekend, and we'll finish that off a little bit later on. But, of course, Arkansas gave away the Vahiva Aloy bobblehead today, and Cajito, of course, still here, and Dad Jamie threw out the first pitch. So we got fathers and sons everywhere.
Yeah, and all kinds of Aloys in the park today.
Aloys and Willits. Gackles' next pitch. A little bit up, a little bit out. Fans don't care for it, but the count has gone to 3-1.
You can see Ryder Helfrich kind of shaking his head no. So I don't know if he's kind of relaying that information to the dugout or what, but
you're thinking he's saying he didn't like the call, or it wasn't a strike?
I think he didn't think. He's thinking it wasn't a strike.
3-1 pitch, big swing and a chopper foul. So LaChance able to take off early here. An extra base hit might have a chance to score him.
Pig, watching this one from the house
played
today.
A couple of runs and put the Sooners back in front.
Offensive showing from the Razorbacks yesterday. Absolutely, Kurt. We
Walk
appreciate
at third,
your
LaChance at
support.
first. Peck not holding LaChance. Big pitch, Gackle ready with a payoff, and that one's hit in the air to right center field. New will have room. Glides into the alley. They're waiting to make the catch and end the inning. Willits didn't quite catch it on the barrel.
Got out of that one with only
Inning
giving
is
up
over.
one.
Sooners going to run, strand a couple. Hawks still up by a run. The conference in Hoover, and then the postseason. Arkansas still trying to make their pitch or push towards hosting again. They were tournament champions in 2021, and the postseason didn't go that well after that conference championship.
No, it didn't. And sometimes the thought process is you really don't want to stay down in Hoover too long, but you also don't want to go down there and lay an egg either. If you're Arkansas, you want to do the best you possibly can, because that's going to really contribute to are you going to host or not.
Here's Koschel, struck out back in the first. Mentioned yesterday that he was up for the Tony Gwynn Community Service Trophy, one of 9 players to be under consideration. Today would be Tony Gwynn's birthday. I know there was some conversation, what did baseball lose the most in 1994? For Gwynn, it was a chance to hit 400. There's Koj with his cap and gown, and candidate for that award. I didn't get a chance to tell Kozel, though, today that if he wants to win that award, he better save a life between now and when the voting takes place. Pull over on the side of the road and save somebody from an automobile or something. And the 3-0's in for a strike. Chris Stanfield of LSU is up for it again. He won it last year.
Appreciate
Troy
you
Stanfield
becoming
launched a Be the One campaign.
member.
He donates $100 to the Miracle
Welcome to
League
the
for every game
family.
which he has an extra base hit or a stolen base, raised over $10,000. Volunteers with local elementary schools and hospitals, participates in the Out of Darkness Walk to support suicide prevention, and his manager, head coach Jay Johnson, said he's an 11 of 10 human being.
Wow.
On a 1 to 10 scale, he's an 11.
That's
so
awesome.
Kozel better, he better really look to do something impactful.
Yeah, Stephen
It's an honor to
Sargent
be
feeling
on that
too hot
list.
today. So.
Stanfield, I think, would be in the clubhouse. There's a wave and a miss, and Kozel got ahead in that count, and then Johnson, to his credit, was able to battle back and get the K.
Boy, he really did, and again, that just shows how elite that fastball was because
You know it's coming.
3 straight fastballs, and Camden Kozel, who's a really good hitter, didn't come close to hitting any of those 3 pitches.
But Chris Stanfield might be quite the guy there for LSU, so credit to all of those 9 who
Come on,
are
Ryder.
on that list and everybody who's graduated.
Good
We
Lord.
honored seniors today, and it's always a case with a guy like Helfrich. He's not going to get a senior day because this is year number 3, and he should be drafted highly, if not in that middle of that first round, in a few weeks.
Well, he's projected, I think, at number 10, so it's not going to take long to hear his name called.
Head in the count 2-0. He walked back in the first.
Well, I think you're right, or you got to look something middle in that you can hammer.
It's not close. 3-0.
86-mile-an-hour breaking ball right there. That is some respect to Ryder Helfrich.
It was a breaking ball.
I almost feel like that might be the changeup that looks different than other changeups. That is ball 4, so Helfrich reaches 50 base on balls this season. And this is game number 51.
That's just crazy.
And Ryder may have missed 1 game.
Okay, I can't take it no more.
Well, you look at the scouting report for Cameron
Can't
Johnson.
take what anymore?
I think you're right. It might be the
Idiots.
changeup because they say the slider is
Dude has got
80 to
2
83, and the change
A
is
fastball
87 to 90.
and a
that
fastball.
changeup was 86 miles an hour that faded
Yeah,
off.
he's not
the
very
third pitch.
good.
That's
to
why it
Helfrich.
doesn't look right.
Oh,
That's ball
surprise.
5
It's
as
a
Saloy
fastball.
steps in.
It's going to bring out
He's
head
hurt,
coach
man.
and
That's-
pitching
he-
coach Skip
he's not
Johnson
hurt,
to
he's
come out and
just-
talk to
he's
his
just
big
wild.
left-hander.
He's got
This
no
is a
control
really good
when
move
he's
by
throwing
Skip
so
Johnson.
hard.
I mean, he kind of knows the
I think
heartbeat of his pitching
30% of his
staff, and
pitches would have been balls today because
What did you tell us
they were
before
in,
the game? He can cut a trail to the mound back
in the
and
dirt
forth.
damn near.
he's not afraid to go to the mound and either have some discussions or make
He's
changes.
just lucky that the umpire
Now, last
behind
weekend, the
plate
Sooners
likes
used
golf.
16 pitchers against the Gators, and several of those
I
pitchers
swear
threw
this
twice.
dude's been throwing it at the
And
ankles all day.
yesterday, in a 6.5-inning game, the Sooners used
So you don't think that
6
his leg
pitchers.
being in that brace
And
can
think
mess
about
up
this,
his,
Troy.
his throw
This is-
I mean,
point?
Skip
no, he
pretty much
that's
is
something
the
he
head
probably
coach
wears
and
quite
the
a bit.
pitching coach. We talked to Matt Hobbs today. If he were a head coach someday, would he maintain his pitching responsibilities? And he said, pretty much,
I'm
yes.
not
So
gonna
you're
say it
doing the
doesn't
job
have
of a
any
head
effect
coach
on it.
who's
But
constantly
it's
going to
not
the
enough to
bullpen, and
where-
you're monitoring your pitchers.
What's
I can't
causing-
imagine trying
he's
to
not
do
pitching that bad. He's
two
just
jobs in one.
got
I
2
mean,
pitches.
there's
A
so many
fastball
things that a head
and a
coach has
slower
to do at the
fastball.
Division I level, and
You
then
see what
especially
happens
in
when
the
he tries to throw a
SEC.
breaker ball. He misses outside every time.
5 in a row have missed, and Aloy will take down for ball 2.
Like
but
that.
again,
Yeah.
you get a head coaching
that was a
job
fastball,
because you have
but it
been
was-
so dynamic
Last inning,
working
that was
with
a strike.
pitchers, and that's part of your DNA. You hate to completely give it up when you become the man in charge.
Yeah, I agree. And watch out. Kahil Aloy might come out of his shoes on this swing right here.
Well, Helfrich
Isn't
took
that-
off.
Oh, and he
Larkin
got
able to
it.
glove it, but his throw to second is not in time. Helfrich was in no man's land.
A good way to tell if that
He's
brace
going
is
to end up
bothering him
getting the base.
is
Johnson's throw to
his velo
Larkin
would be
wasn't
down
true,
because that's his
and then
drive
Larkin had a
leg.
hard time getting that
If
throw
his
down to
drive leg
second
is
base.
bothering him,
Well,
he's not gonna be
Larkin
able to
does a
throw the
great
ball as
job to
hard.
try to meet the baseball, but you can see he has to lunge to his right. And that's a smart play by Ryder Helfrich. You can see they almost thought he almost slid off the bag. But if you get picked off, you just put your head down and go as fast as you can. A little bobble or just a bad throw will let you to allow that get to that next base.
It's ball 3 to Kahil. So think about this. Oklahoma second in the conference in stolen bases, well over 100. Arkansas not in that territory, but the Razorbacks have stolen both of the bases in
Catcher
this
saying
series.
right there, is he complaining about the call?
No, the pitch count.
Cahillo really bouncing that bat off his back shoulder, but he was a spectator on ball 4. So that's 8 in a row that have missed now from Camden Johnson, and he was also a little bit errant on the pickoff in between some of those pitches.
Yeah, he is kind of really battling that command down there.
Basically, with this
now
guy,
we'll see
you
if
just
the
gotta
big
set
left-hander
dead
can
red and
find
hope
it.
he pumps it down the middle.
And when you start talking about Johnson, everything comes
I'm
down
right there
to
with you,
fastball
Pooh Bear.
command. As Souza steps in, Souza struck out in the second. Maybe more so than any other pitcher because of how he leans on that pitch. Also because
This
of
is
its
the
movement.
lowest strike.
But when he is in the zone, hitters don't hit him. And when he's not in the zone, he really makes things difficult on himself.
I think so.
Is it just me, or is it
You
that
might
the
even see
shins?
Nolan Souza
It's
being
supposed to be at
pretty
your knees, but
selective
he's
right
calling
here,
it
even
at
on
your
being
shins.
down a strike.
So after walking Helfrich and Aloy on 8 pitches, he jumps ahead of Souza, 0-2.
Took a little something off that fastball, but got it in on the hands of Nolan Souza. There is one out in this inning. That was a strikeout by Camden Kosher when he was down 3 balls, no
That's
strikes.
right. Johnson came back to get the K. Oh, my goodness. The last thing Johnson wanted to do was hit Souza on an 0-2 pitch to load the bases.
It looked like he really guided that last
go, beer
fastball.
hats, baby.
It didn't
I see
look
what
like he
you're talking
let
about,
that one
Sarge.
go and
Yeah,
just
you
cut
see?
it loose.
It's not hard to see this.
He has,
And that's somebody
it's
that's,
slipping
that's
right out of his
thinking
hand.
and
Yeah, you
not
should be able to
throwing
match
it, and
this
that's
kid,
going to do
'cause
it
You're setting dead red.
for
That's all you're
Cameron
doing.
Johnson.
61 pitches into his start. Here comes Skip, the Skip, bringing the hook with him. And this inning started with that K you mentioned to Kojal. Had he thrown ball 4 to Kojal on that 3-0 pitch, instead of fighting his way back for the K, he would have missed on potentially 12 straight.
Yeah, that's pretty
pitches.
crazy.
Razorbacks have a 1-run lead. They have the bases loaded. Will step aside and come back with the new Oklahoma pitcher right after this.
right-hander. Sarge, are you telling me you were sitting there cussing at the screen while they were trying to say that you had movement?
Yeah, I couldn't take it no more. I don't feel great, but that is that's nonsense, man. The umpire called
Connor
him.
said it slipped, Sarge. You had just had some popcorn.
Too much of that nonsense.
They had to pull him before he hurt somebody.
162 likes. Come on, we can do better than
Wow.
that, folks. Hit that like button for your boys.
They definitely weren't wanting to hit it for me. Just me.
We should be at least 300 by now in third inning. Dubs, what's good, man? Xander, good to see you. Leslie, Ozzy, Reed. I didn't get to tell y'all hi earlier, but now that I'm angry, I'm just gonna stay unmuted.
I wish we put the. I wish we had the angry
And now
Sarge.
Xander gets his opportunity, inheriting a bases
In
loaded
the show.
1-out situation.
Yeah.
Well, you see the numbers right there on Xander. You see the 25 hits and
I
26
seen
and
you earlier,
2/3
Miss
innings.
Veronica.
And,
If you're watching,
some pretty good
appreciate
control,
that.
but
Thank you
another
very
big
much.
arm. He's going to be 93
It's
to
good to see ya.
96 with a fastball. Curveball's kind of straight over the top. He'll throw a slider and a changeup as well. Opponent's hitting
Hey,
248 off the
good to
right
see you.
hander.
Doing all right.
So another brother scenario. Talked about the Aloys playing
Chris,
together last year,
good
and
to see
father
ya.
and son are here today, Cahillo and Jamie. You got the Willits. Brothers didn't play together, but you got father and son. You got a couple of
Come on,
brothers
Micah.
here for the Mercurius boys.
Hit a grandy.
And Micah New is going to bat with the bases loaded and
Let's
one
go,
out.
Micah.
Hit the go homer yesterday to end the game in 7 innings. Homered to begin.
His dad joined just a
today
little
in
bit
the
ago.
second,
I put it on the
406
screen.
off the top of the building in right. Last Saturday he hit home run number 6, and now he's up.
You. Should be hopefully be back to normal tomorrow.
Arkansas has hit
This is
3
just a
grand
temporary thing I
slams
deal
this
with,
season, including one yesterday from Koschel to dead center.
It gets a little out of
I'm
control.
a little
some
surprised
days.
that Larkin over at first base is in on the grass. I don't think he's thinking bunt, but I think they're just trying to cut this run down at the plate, but it's really early to be taking that chance.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Bit of a hanging breaking ball that was up in the zone and fouled back by New.
He was a little anxious on that one.
I'm going to see if Larkin moves back. No, it looks like he's still going to stay there. So again, that wasn't to try to take away the bunt.
Beer hat's out. Hogs lead by a run. Bases full of Razorbacks. That pitch a little bit up and out.
It's a pretty tough pitch to take with 2 strikes.
No, that was up and outside. That catcher just brought it back to
Micah
the middle.
was holding his niece, Georgiana, after the game yesterday, 2 years old. His sister Angelina here, his mom, his dad. He's got everybody here. They're watching, as are we. 2-2 pitch, a chopper up the middle.
Oh, they fumbled
by
the ball.
Branch.
That's a
He
run
will
scored.
get the force at second, but a run will score. Branch was in a hurry to try and field that ground ball.
You got to catch the
Get
ball
the
before
force
you
on
can get the double
Souza
play,
and then
sir.
potentially get a double play. But Arkansas gets the run. It's a 4-2 game.
Yeah, you think that Branch just kind of maybe took his eye off the baseball trying to see how close he was to second base.
Besides that OU
just
on
a little
on
bit
that
of
pitcher's
ricochet.
glove, I like the
Micah just
look
does
of
a
it.
good job putting that ball in play, but you can see it just that
A
little
solid
top
pocket.
spin. And
He's lucky to get it back.
yeah, he almost didn't reach the base. That toe barely nicked the edge of that base.
That would have been a tough feeling to lunge for the base and miss it and then not be able to get over there. Here's Zach Stewart.
Yes, New will get
Hit by
an
a
RBI
pitch,
for
scored a
that.
run in the second. 4-2 Razorbacks now with another RBI from New.
You just feel like Stewart is due to just launch one.
Four runs on 2 hits for the Razorbacks.
Ooh, that was the one, Stu.
And great.
Both of their hits are home runs. That's it.
Yeah, they haven't done much at the plate. That's a really good overhand breaking ball by Xander Mercurius. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go back to that same pitch. Out of the hand, you give up on it as a hitter, and then it just dives right into the strike zone.
Flip to first, and New back and diving. Micah, again, with a couple of more home runs, would be in double figures in both categories, homers and stolen bases. But the Sooners have not been afraid to pick up first. Ball then a strike to Stewart. Big wave and a miss. LaChance was ready to throw down to second if New would take it off.
This is a pretty good breaking ball count right here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Boy, Chance is a big-bodied catcher. He does look like Carlton Fisk back there behind the plate.
Doesn't he? I would
My
agree, at least
goodness.
from a body standpoint, a frame standpoint. Long pause, deep breath before the 1-2. And it misses again.
Yeah, that would have been a good pitch to go on because it was down in the dirt. The hard thing about it is when you have a left-handed hitter at the plate, you know, you've got a little bit of a space created by that runner being over at first base and the first baseman holding them on. Stewart kind of has a tendency to pull baseballs a lot down the first base line. Mercurius has a really good move over there. He's quick to the plate. I think that's another reason why New's not running. He's 1-1 to 1-2 to the plate.
I don't think you can do much better than
No, that's about as fast as you can get the baseball to home.
Ricky Henderson wouldn't steal off 1-1.
Well, nobody would.
LaChance tried to bring that pitch back that was a little bit up and out, so now the count has gone full, and now Micah New will be able to take
fast.
off with this pitch.
Man, if I'm Larkin over at first base, you got to play behind him. And not be almost all the way back at the dirt. He's playing right behind the runner.
Big pitch early in this game. New will run. The payoff misses to Stewart. And Arkansas has the bases loaded again, so don't take those spear hats off or put them away just yet. Need to put them back on your noggins as TJ Pompey steps to the plate.
Uh-oh. Can we have another eruption?
Tell you what, there's more people wearing those beer hats than not here at Baumwalker. And Nate Thompson is going to call an offensive timeout. Troy, we still need to get you one of those hats.
Whoever's the supplier is doing quite well.
Good business model.
Yes.
They've started to matriculate over to softball.
Okay.
And for good reason. And
anything to make the game more fun.
Why
is
I'm with
bring
you.
it. Keep the fans engaged.
And if you don't have a hat,
create your own.
Put your beverage up on top of your head.
Go.
Hey, Miss Veronica. Hope you're having a good
They're
Saturday
using
afternoon.
the Hawaiian lei with the beer
Why
hat.
not? We've got the Hawaiian shirts on today, and with the accessories that Troy is going to document and explain later. Just not now with the bases loaded.
You got too much action happening.
TJ Pompey hit a 2-run laser beam homer in the second.
Boy, you can really tell that Xander Mercurius, he does not want to hang that breaking ball and really slowed that arm speed down because he's thrown some dandies, no doubt about it, but looked like he kind of guided that last one, the last couple.
Think about this. 12 of Pompey's 40 hits have been home runs. That caught the bottom of the zone over the inside corner for a called strike.
Kurt was $2
Watch
super
TJ
chat.
Pompey, this
Beers.
backhand.
Cheers to everyone.
When he gets
Thank
set,
you, Kurt. Appreciate
right
you,
there,
buddy.
look at him wiggle that backhand right there just to try to not grip that bat too tight.
Chase the breaking ball. Good pitch from Mercurius.
I've had better, Miss Veronica. I'm not feeling real good
the
today,
stuff
but,
from Xander
you know,
Mercurius
the
is
show must go
exceptional.
on.
He's just got to let it work.
I had to take a few innings off.
Trying to get out of this inning in which only one run will score, and Arkansas does not have a hit here in the third despite all the base runners and the pitching change. Here's the 1-2. That's a good take from Pompey after swinging at that same pitch previous.
It is, and that's a lot of trust in your catcher, LaChance, to be able to just smother that baseball. But hey, you got a frame like that, you're a lot of body to block with.
Aloy at third, New at second, Stewart at first. Wave and a miss. Pompey will K. Mercurius able to end the inning. Arkansas gets a run. They leave the bases loaded. They did not have a hit in the inning. Told you it was going to be a strange game. 4-2 Hawks.
We can't leave the bases loaded like that. Swinging on that stuff, Pompey. Come on, buddy. Thank you, Miss Veronica. Yeah, Tamara, they you got to have a little more plate discipline in that situation.
Slowly climbing with these most recent wins.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got Oklahoma that came in, I believe they were strength of schedule around 20. So anytime you can beat a team like that, it helps. It's going to really help them to go on the road to Kentucky and have a lot of success.
See the 12 wins against top RPI teams. Gackel back to work, leading 4-2, facing Gamble and throwing strike one. So Arkansas 12-10 in quad one games entering this weekend. Only Florida, Georgia Tech, Texas, Alabama, and Auburn had more than that.
Janet,
so it's a
thank you
big
for
number. Now, obviously, they
subscribing.
played a lot.
Welcome
Very good
to the
competition in
Sarge
the
squad.
SEC. Gamble launches one out to right. Stewart on the move. He's back to the track, and he'll make the catch. That was a little bit of a ding. I don't think Gamble got that completely off the barrel, maybe more off the handle, but he still gave it a pretty good ride, and Stewart had to track it down.
Yeah, I was surprised that Stewart's playing as shallow as what he was, but he did a good job. He never took his eye off the baseball, and the ball had a lot of carry with it, again, like a little bit jammed.
Back to Arkansas's tournament resume for a second as Brendan Brock steps in. He bounced as short as only time up, despite hitting a ball 112 towards Kojal.
Boy, if Gackle gets that strike, it's going to be a tough day for these Sooner hitters.
Brock was drafted in the 14th round at a JUCO by the Brewers, but came to Oklahoma instead. Hit 20 home runs a year ago and fouls one back and out of play. Troy, yesterday, Kansas lost at home to West Virginia. The Mountaineers had a pitcher with a complete game through more than 120 pitches. We thought maybe Kansas, that has been incredible at home, would take care of West Virginia because that's one of those teams in that hosting conversation with Arkansas and others.
I think so. Yeah, that's a big win for West Virginia.
Is that a swing? It is not, says Jeff Wright.
Be interested to see if Gackle doesn't try to come inside on Brock right here.
Gackle the line, the 1-2 pitch. Threw that tight slider and missed.
I'd like to know the percentages of pitches by Gabe Gackle that end up glove side of home plate. I would say like 80%.
Well, he tried to come in, but I don't think that was the intent. He just backed up on it.
He tried to overthrow that breaking ball, and that's why I didn't have the
James,
bite. Like you
appreciate
said,
you
it
coming.
almost went
Remember
the wrong
Sarge
direction.
squad.
It was like screwball.
Brock has taken the count as far as it can go. Here's the payoff. Got a pitched it and fouled one away.
You can see Helfrich kind of saying, hey, I want this fastball up a little bit. And really good at bat by Brock. He is absolutely battling up there, and he has seen everything that Gabe Gackle has.
Another 3-2, another hard hit ground ball to Kojal. Brock is retired, so he's hit 2 ground balls to Kojal, 112, 105 off his bat. Thanks for playing 0 for 2. That's why this game has never been confused with being fair.
Well, I tell you what, you talk about a guy that is hustling and giving it all he can is Brandon Brock. Has both those plays got out to Kojal in a blink of an eye. And I know Kojal kind of took his time, but, man, they were bang-bang at first base.
Here's Harris, bounced out to Pompey, a third who was playing in, back in the second, and fouls one back. Started this inning talking about Arkansas's tournament resume. I will say this, after the win last Sunday, and Harris had a big hit Friday to help the Sooners beat the Gators, but it was Christian Turner who had the walk-off home run when it looked like Arkansas was going to lose the game and lose the series. Instead, they win the game, win the series, have that feel-good nature. Harris sprays one out to right, starting to travel. It's going to carry into the Razorback bullpen. That is just the second home run of the season for Harris, but the Sooners aren't going away. Make this a 4-3 game.
Well, Brett, the pitch before that, Gabe Gackle tied up Deshaun Harris, and he kind of jammed himself. That time he got the barrel head out, and like I said, he hit balls on top of the building in batting practice. Look at that really short stroke. And as soon as he hit that ball, I knew it was gone.
Hit the netting in front of the bullpen. So it's a 4-3 game. Arkansas has been out hit 4-2. There's Kyle Branch, takes a strike. Finish the thought, though. Dave said about that win Sunday for Arkansas, it was good for the soul. Because you probably are going to lose a few games. Every team does that you feel like you should win that end up going the wrong direction. So to balance those out, you need to steal one that looks like it's going to be a loss that ends up being a win. And he pointed out this week that Arkansas, despite how good they were last season, They were 10-6 in April last year. They were 12-4 in April this year. I think that would catch a lot of people by surprise.
If you would, I don't think a lot of people would have bet the farm that it would have been last season with more victories, myself included.
Another one hard hit into the hole. Back it up by Koschel. Nice pick. Airs that throw out. Nice reach from Peck. Branch retired. Koschel's playing some shortstop today. But Deshaun Harris with the solo home run keeps this one close. Hogs up by a run.
I just want catfish.
Gackle, a senior, Sarge?
Yes.
With the way that swing looked, and boy, he knew how to celebrate once that thing left the bat, and no doubter, and you can see he was fired up in the dugout. I'm surprised they didn't give him the silent treatment when he was in there and nobody high-fived him.
Are you surprised, Mr.
When
Announcer?
he
Are
stepped
you
into the
so
box for that
surprised?
home run, which was in the 5th inning, he was 1 for 14 his freshman campaign. Mercurius back to work. They're in the bottom of the 4th inning. It was 1 of 4 home runs that the Razorbacks hit yesterday, and again, that meant they had homered 14 times in their last 4 games, and from some unlikely candidates like Turner, like Peck. That ball is hammered, and it's fair, and it's down the line and left as Brock will chase. That ball was deadened as it went down the line, but Peck will cruise to second base with a double, and he is quickly becoming a fan favorite, filling in for Rutenbar.
Did that
What
ball
did that
hit?
hit, Troy?
I think it hit third base umpire Kevin Sweeney. See if this ball does not hit the umpire as it clears.
Boy, that was a hanger, though.
I think it did. We might have to get another angle up on that one, but it definitely hit something. That's the only thing that's down there, and it slowed down for sure.
We didn't wear it completely. Otherwise, we might have had to pick him up. Here's Ruiz, who's 0 for 2. Going to take a strike. Tell you what, Peck had the homer yesterday, the ringing double.
104 on that double. That was a bullet. I like this not bunting Ruiz. One run is not going to win you this ball game. You need to get crooked numbers.
There's a bouncing ball to Branch. It's going to advance Peck. Ruiz is out, and there's one gone as Peck goes to third. Peck was being interviewed for some of the social media entities yesterday after the game, after the home run, and Nate Thompson was out there and talking about a big, strong kid, and they said he was doing the Peck deck. He was bringing those pectoral exercises to get him good and strong for that frame to hit that home run, and today a double.
Well, the Sooners are going to bring this infield in. Now they're backing up. The middle infielders are backing up about halfway depth.
Koschel with 57 runs batted in, 5th best in the SEC, and he might be climbing even higher than that.
So the
With a runner at third and 1 gone, this is an RBI situation for a run-scoring hitter.
Yeah, 57 RBIs on the season for Koschel.
But 2 strikeouts today, and that's a little bit unusual. 2-0.
I think that was almost like a changeup. That was a 1,700 spin rate. So for people that don't know spin rate, that's very slow. So that's maybe a splitter that he's trying to throw.
He's pretty quick fireman
as a changeup.
But yeah, I see. I was thinking the same
Good
thing.
visit
He
right
didn't even
there
try to
by
run
the veteran
it seemed like to me.
LaChance.
We've seen a few splitters in the last couple of weeks.
We have.
Breaking
I like
out a different
that
pitch.
The curveball, when Mercurius actually lets it go, is his best pitch. I mean, the fastball is got some velocity and carry, but the swing and miss is definitely the curve.
Ground ball up the middle would even play to run, but now the count has gone to 3-0.
With 1 out, I almost let Kojal swing right here, because if he walks, then that's a double play, setting up a double play. You got a veteran.
Coming off the grand slam yesterday, Kojal will take and look at a strike.
Yeah,
First
you can see the grip by Mercurius, that he grips it as a splitter. We'll point that out on the next pitch.
But just missed. LaChance was hoping he had a strike. Instead, Kojal draws the walk, and there's Razorbacks on the corners. Maybe not the worst case scenario in that situation, but I don't think, obviously, Mercurius wanted the walk, the 5th by Sooner pitchers today.
This is going to be a conversation with Skip Johnson's going to come out to home plate umpire James Ainsworth, and they're trying to get something straightened out there.
Skip barking about some of these pitches? Or is he
We got plenty of them
holding
earlier.
a different conversation?
It didn't really
James
seem,
Ainsworth?
his body language didn't make it seem like he was upset.
We've seen a lot of ball from that Sooner dugout, and many years before that.
See the grip
Texas?
right there? You can see
Yep.
that splitter grip by Mercurius.
Helfrich has walked twice today. Razorbacks on the corners, and that's a fastball for a strike over the inside corner.
I think that almost kind of shocked Helfrich. It seems like everything this weekend so far has been on that outer third.
Big rip and a miss by Helfrich, and he's down 0-2.
That is the pitch that Mercurius has got to lean on. It. The breaking ball just falls off a table. It starts about your letters and ends up at your toes. And if you're Alexander Peck, you got to be on your toes over there as well too, because this one might be a dirt ball.
There's no real consideration of trying to get that for a called strike, as LaChance set up a way to see if maybe Ryder might help him out. Guy who's walked more than anybody in the league's probably not going to do that many times.
No, I don't think so. This is, again, I'd go right back to that big breaking ball.
Helfrich will chop one to short. Can the Sooners get 2? There's one. Relay throw to first. Not in time. A run will score. Helfrich gets an RBI in the fielder's choice. And that's the athleticism and the speed from a catcher, smelling a chance to get a run and an RBI by beating that
How you
out.
hustle to first.
I would say probably the only catcher that has more speed in the league, and it's really not close, is Jackson from Georgia. He is a 6'4", 60 type of speed catcher, but you're right. That sped up Willits at second base, and as well Branch on his relay, knowing that Helfrich can run.
Brings up Aloy, who's walked in line to right. Hogs up 5-3. Arkansas still has just 3 hits, Troy. They got a run without a hit last inning, left the bases loaded. A run with 1 double this inning, scoring a run in the fielder's choice. So they're trying to add on in the unconventional manners. Was at the top of the zone, called a strike. I think Cahill might want to have that one back to take a big swing at.
I think he gave up on that one a little too early. But you can just tell by the body language of Kahio Aloy that he's pretty locked in right now.
Throw to first, and Helfrich, remember, he was, in essence, picked off back in the third, but the flip to Larkin was a little bit errant, and Ryder ended up beating the throw at second base for a stolen base and scored a run that inning.
Yeah, that was a big play.
We'd be looking at a much different game. Pitch to Aloy. Fans oohing and awing even as he fouls one away, but they saw that big swing and the ball come off the bat and go straight in the air with a 56-degree exit angle. And for a moment, they were oohing and awing a foul ball.
It traveled about 200 feet.
Yes. I think when Kuhio's really locked in, these fans have seen enough to know they sit on the edge of their seat in anticipation of what he might be able to do or provide.
That's right. You might see Helfrich take off right here. Great pitch to run on, probably a breaking ball.
LaChance sets up outside. The pitch is a fastball down and out. LaChance really trying to get Mercurius through this inning with no further damage being done.
I think this guy knows better than to throw it right down the middle, hang it over the middle. What do you think, Sarge?
That would not be a good career decision.
Kuhio really bouncing that bat off his back shoulder. Waiting on a 2-2 pitch instead of throw to first. And again, Ryder had to almost belly flop back into first.
I like that pick by the Sooners. That's a good baseball. You want Helfrich to think about his lead and not get off there too far.
Aloy will swing and foul tip one into the glove of LaChance. Big rip, no contact, inning over. Arkansas adds a run and strands a runner. On we go to the fifth inning. 5-3 Razorbacks over the Sooners.
Timely hits are eluding us today. We gotta go back to we're not erupting no more, so we gotta go back.
That's a little late, isn't it?
Yeah, both of them.
Five to 3. I feel like we're only at the beginning of this game and not in the middle innings right now.
Yeah, it's got a lot of life left in it. We're gonna see some fun things happen throughout the course of this game.
Might not be a bad day for a Hawaiian lei and a bucket hat. This is Connor Larkin. Had a big fall for the Sooners, coming off an accomplished high school career in Colorado. Singled and scored in the third off Gackle. Batting ninth today in this Oklahoma lineup. This was an Oklahoma team that got off to an incredible start. They had a program record 7 straight games scoring double digits, scored 10-plus runs in 11 games. Remember, they were in Arlington along with the Razorbacks. There's a ground ball to first. Beck will get there and shovel to Gackle in time for an out. Troy, they went 10, 10, and 12 runs in their 3 games at Arlington, went 10, 22, 24, and 11 after that. Ooh. This is a team that Doesn't hit a lot of home runs, only 48, but it felt like they got off to just a tremendous start. But right now they're trying to find that last push offensively to give them a chance to bolster this resume.
Yeah,
win
I think
some
so.
games.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Oklahoma come to Fayetteville in the fall?
Correct.
They did. So they're a little familiar with Baum-Walker Stadium. But you're right. This team has got the pieces to put things together offensively. But, there's some pop in there.
But Walk's one of those guys that really is probably one of their more dynamic players. 9 homers last year, 18 stolen bases. He doubled earlier, but he's at 239 with a couple of home runs, and now they average up a couple of points. But there's just no linear path. One year doesn't dictate success the next, and vice versa.
Right. Yeah, they need Walk to get on base because with his speed, you talk about that's just the chaos part of that offense.
And it's a different style, of course, than we see in the SEC, but it prepares Arkansas well because they're going to see Kentucky on the road next weekend, and that's the other team that likes to push the issue by being aggressive.
I think they're the only team that runs more than the Sooners.
Gackle about ready to deliver his 70th pitch. Gabe has allowed a couple of solo homers to the Sooners today, so they're up to 50 now, counting this afternoon's long balls.
Brett, look at the way that Gabe Gackle kind of sets up his right foot. See right here, he doesn't really have to have much of a pivot with the angle that he sets up that foot with. I think that's just one thing that he doesn't have to really think about, just a little bitty turn of the foot. That was a changeup that he doesn't throw it very often, and it really has a lot of run with it, but the command on that pitch has been tough this season for Gabe Gackle.
He just goes through maybe a little spell of 5 or 6 pitches that sometimes kind of forces him behind the 8 ball, maybe missing out of the zone or hanging a pitch. Then he throws one like that, and he's right back in the game, and that's strike 3 to Jason Walk. Second time today, Walk is K, 2 of the 4 for Gackle.
Walk definitely didn't think he's going to get a backdoor breaking ball.
Nasty pitch.
Walk it in there and put it in the mitt any better than that pitch.
Yes,
Walk
sir.
did not like it. You can see Helfrich nodding yes.
Got to straighten that thing up. That's a little shoddy. Straighten it. There we go. There we go. A little better. OCD kicking in. Here's Johnson. Take strike 1. Johnson 0 for 2. Does have an RBI.
If Gackle can land that backdoor breaking ball like that against lefties, he might stay in for another inning after this one.
Was he throwing more of the curve to the lefties and the slider to the righties?
I think so. Because the slider, it seems like it always finishes down and into
Correct.
lefties. And I think he's almost afraid he's going to hit somebody with where it ends up.
It's high, 2-1.
And the thing that's a little unusual about Gabe Gackle is his release point is not like 100 deets. It's really elevated that feels like he's throwing downhill. It's almost like it comes right out of his shoulder. And so sometimes that's why you see that ball really fly up in the zone.
There's some carry. Wave and a miss by Johnson. In fact, Dietz almost an extreme slot, and his release, and Hobbs was explaining it to me today, almost kind of powers the ball downhill. It's completely different with Gabe, and that might be one of the reasons why he starts following Dietz.
I think so. It's completely different arm slots.
That was a defensive swing and a tapper that's almost in no man's land. Helfrich will pick it up, but he has no chance to get Camden Johnson. That is a swinging bunt. Helfrich just about ran through Gackle. Maybe frustrated that that very late defensive swing ends up being a hit and a base run.
Well, that's what good hitters do, is they just find a way to put the bat on the ball, and that's going to make up for one of those rockets that Camden Johnson's hit this season. But I think that's a smart play by Ryder Helfrich. You do not want to throw that ball down the right field line and have Johnson standing on third base in this situation.
But it does bring up LaChance, who hit the home run that most of us didn't see in the first. You think about the Sooners and their home runs. Both have been solo shots, and on a day where the ball's carrying they aren't quite the enemy as the multi-run homers. But, Troy, I was touching on the fact that Kentucky and Oklahoma are the teams that really like to run in this league, and Arkansas is seeing these teams in back-to-back weekends. I got a stat for you after this pitch, or I'll do it now. Before play started yesterday, if you added the home runs together for the Kentucky Wildcats and the Oklahoma Sooners, they would have been 94. Georgia's hit 131.
Oh, my goodness.
They're in their own stratosphere.
Yeah, I think the runner at first base, Johnson, they were bluffed to steal second base. But with the power of LeChance, you cannot afford to get thrown out at second base when you're down 2. You've got to, and the ball really flying out of the park. There is absolutely no wind.
You're not playing necessarily for the base hit. You're playing for an opportunity to hit a 2-run bomb and not end the inning, as Gackle almost threw one away. And I feel like even when you have a system, and Oklahoma does, and again, chaos with the OU spelled in, but you have to be adaptable on games like today when atmospherically it might be better to swing a little more for the fences.
Well, and when you've got a guy at the plate that has that launch angle swing.
Now? Good Lord.
Keep in mind, mention that it was JUCO baseball at McLennan. That's a high level of junior college baseball. Dave's old school there in Waco. That LeChance last year had 21 homers and 104 runs batted in.
That sounds like video game numbers.
I believe all 7 of these homers have come in the last couple of weeks, though. And even 2-0, he's getting the breaking ball.
And one that wasn't even close. It wasn't like that was one of those breaking balls that if you're Gabe Gackle, I'm not going to hang it. This will be interesting to see what Arkansas and Ryder Helfrich call right here.
Definitely a word
Rides
salad, Connor.
That's ball 4. That was a little bit of a respectful sequence with Gackle to LeChance. The problem is the tying runs are now on base, and Jackson Willits represents the go-ahead run.
Willits does have 4 home runs and 39 RBIs on the season. This is going to be Gackle's 82nd pitch. He's thrown 49 strikes, 32 balls. That's going to bring Dave Van Horn out of the dugout. And Parker Coyle's been warmed up and probably already in a lather down there in the bullpen.
Pitching change. We'll step aside. Sooners trying to do some damage with 2 outs
Pitching
in the 5th inning.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah. Choose better. Body Armor. Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment?
Then you know there could be unpredictability.
Workarounds. And avoiding.
No sinuses.
Yeah. Renault, as a stipulate, side effects are anal leakage, possible death, stroke, heart attack, tears, and gastrointestinal. And that's something I want to take. Yes, I was.
Just didn't call you out on it that time.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get a lot of rest last night, and
Did that word salad put you a little bit to sleep there?
so now you're gonna go ahead and do it.
Guys, for Dave Van Horn and Matt Hobbs, he's going to throw a lot of strikes. You can see the strikeout to walk ratio is just impeccable. So he's going to fill up the zone. I think if you're Oklahoma, you want to be aggressive early in the count and maybe get one of those pitches that might be belt high instead of when he gets rolling, especially with 2 strikes, that pitch is going to be down out of the zone.
We saw Parker on Sunday, the finale against the Rebels.
I know, Jeff.
3 innings of hitless and scoreless baseball with just 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. 40 pitches in 3 innings. That's extremely effective for Parker.
Parker can get us
and
out
you're
of this
wondering,
inning.
because he's on in the 5th inning, Troy, if he might be called upon in the best-case scenario to be in that 3 innings pitched range again.
He went to almost
he definitely has the ability to go,
it could have been way worse.
Pitches deep into an outing. This is going to turn around Jackson Willits.
I don't think
Dackel is a little frustrated.
He doesn't have
the
stamina to be a starter to me, really, because he really starts getting wore out in the 4th inning.
Watching his runners stand out there on the bases as Coyle delivers to Willits, who's 0 for 2.
That was a strike, Mr.
Really
Umpire.
good speed at second base, and Johnson probably average speed, and LaChance at first for the Sooners.
See the numbers for Willits a year ago: 9 homers, 48 knocked in. So he is still a power threat despite the 4, and he fouls one away down the line and right. Not a play.
Hey, guess what? That was in the same exact spot, Sarge. Shit.
Skip Johnson about Jackson Willits kind of gave him the ultimate compliment from a longtime baseball guy. He said he's just a baseball player, man. It's almost like what you would say about Kojal for Arkansas.
Right.
I don't think either one of them's a true shortstop, but they're doing what they have to do defensively in the middle of the lineup. Willits batting cleanup for the Sooners as he fouls one back. And Coyle has a chance to strand Johnson and LaChance and maintain a 2-run lead for the Razorbacks.
Coyle.
Now, in this situation with 2 strikes, Coyle really likes to go to that back foot cutter.
Thank you. See, the announcers.
Down and into right-handed batters.
A pause before the 1-2 pitch. Willits able to get bat on ball and foul it away to Pops.
Pretty good play over there in the third base coach's box. I think this one might have a little bit more depth, maybe even be a dirt ball.
Another 1-2. Softly hit by the mound. Sousa's there. He'll throw to first to retire Willits. And in the 5th inning, Coyle strands a couple of inherited runners.
We're going to get no commercials.
Inherited.
This time. Well, they are inherited. That's what they call them when a reliever comes in with runners on. He inherits those runners. But if they score, they're charged to the pitcher that led them on base. So they don't go to his ERA. They go to the starter's ERA. Or the other reliever. Whoever let him get on base gets the runs charged to him. Probably not, Robert, because the way I don't sleep good at night. So if I sleep at all during the day, that means I'll be up till 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning. And then tomorrow's game is early, so I think we go live at 11:45 or something tomorrow because the game starts at noon. If it doesn't get rained out, I don't know. We're supposed to get rain up here pretty good tomorrow, so I don't know what they're doing. If they'll start later, if they don't. But I think they can't start after 3 o'clock on a Sunday, so I don't know what the deal is. So we're going to have to play tomorrow by ear. So make sure you're following us on Twitter, X, so you know if anything changes, that's where we're going to post it.
But Troy, that RPI is good. The strength of schedule is incredibly good. Right now a 2 seed in the Coastal Regional in Conway.
I've tried.
I don't think I would want the Sooners coming into my regional because they're just one of those teams that,
for me,
you just feel like they're a little scary. They've got that ability to.
Appreciate it, Robert. I'm starting to feel a little bit better now.
Get on a run.
Sousa, big wave of a miss to begin the bottom of the 5th. What's unusual is the fact that even though they have one more home series remaining, it will not be truly at their home ballpark.
Right.
It's going to be in Bricktown against Tennessee next weekend.
Yeah, that's going to be in the minor league park, and it'll be interesting. I think they've got graduation next weekend
and a softball regional.
Right. Yeah, trying to create everything's really compact there on campus, so they're trying to create some extra space.
Wait a minute, you're saying you're not going to hold graduation and track meet and a baseball game at the same time?
Trying to help the control of the traffic flow.
I think that's a great idea.
That's genius.
That's outstanding. 2-1 to Sousa. But, when you're really trying to grind out some wins or a series win, you like to have that extra benefit of being at home. And while they'll be in Oklahoma City, it's not their home ballpark.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the fans will travel to the bigger park, and they need that support. And there's something about playing at home and just the electricity that it brings to your team.
We saw it here last weekend. And it's a Tennessee team, by the way, that defeated Texas yesterday when Tegan Coons struck out 15 Longhorns. And Sousa's going to take the walk to begin the bottom of the 5th inning. 15 Ks by the Tennessee starter Coons equaled what Case and Evans did for LSU against these Sooners back in March. So 15 is the most, and that's what the Sooners will get to face next week in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough matchup.
Well, Mercurius really didn't want to do that. The Sooners left a couple of runners on in the 5th when Coyle got the final out. A base runner aboard for Micah New, who's driven in a couple of runs, including another homer.
How about a couple? Listen to these couple weird numbers. How about Oklahoma with 3 runs, 5 hits. Arkansas, 5 runs, 3 hits.
We've gone with the reciprocal.
Hey, that's what happens when you hit the long ball with runners on.
Chicks dig it, apparently.
I think so.
And Micah News found his stroke again. He was the player that Dave mentioned in his monthly luncheon that said, hey, this is the guy we need to kind of get going because we know the power is there. We saw the combination of him robbing a homer and hitting a homer in the same game last weekend. But as the weather has warmed up, so has the bat from New, and he's going to take a strike.
It seems like that's where teams have really been pitching Micah New is away, and you saw
hell
him
am I
take
watching?
that high fastball away early on in this ball game for the home run in the 2nd inning to right field.
Left-handed batter's box. He calls that shit a strike.
I'm beginning to think maybe it's a family thing because remember, Micah's sister was at the game in South Carolina when he hit 2 home runs on March the 20th. She lives in North Carolina and brought Micah's niece up.
Right.
So he had the 2-homer game. He did not homer again until Pops was here last weekend against Ole Miss on May the 2nd. He went from March the 20th. That would have spanked out to left field, but it'll be caught by Brock with a nice sliding grab. Brock caught yesterday. He's in left and made a running sliding catch to rob Micah New.
Boy, off the bat, that had some top spin on it, and it looked like it was going to really carry. That's a great job by Brock out there in right field because that thing really dove down about that last 20 feet. Off the bat, it looks like it maybe even get to the fence.
I thought it might be on the track, but it did not get there.
That's just a great play.
That's an athletic player.
Skip Johnson's going to come out and go to a left-handed pitcher with the left-handed hitting Stewart coming up.
Maybe knew his sister or his parents in attendance to homer. 3 homers in his last 4 games. That time he was denied by the nice catch from Brock. And again, Skip Johnson, who said he can cut a trail from the dugout to the mound. Out there again, pitching change for the Sooners, trying to find the right combination to keep this game close. 5-3 Hogs.
You wouldn't mind if you haven't hit that like button, back out real quick, hit that like button for us and come on back in. We all know what to do on YouTube. Man, my voice is going away. Might have to start drinking some tea.
a slider and a changeup as well. Here's a pretty interesting fact. You think, okay, well, Skip Johnson went with the left-hander in the left-on-left matchup. How about this? Left-handers are hitting 385 off of Smithburg. Righty's only 250. So for being a sidearm left-hander, you would think he'd have more success against left-handed batters, but not so far this season. You see the numbers right there. Really good strikeout to inning ratio. When you get more than one strikeout per inning, that's really good.
Going to face Zach Stewart. Been hit by a pitch and walked today, facing a side-arming lefty. And this is one of those, if you're Stewart, you see him come out of the bullpen and you're like, great. Can't wait.
Well, Stewart, like you said, he's not afraid to get hit by a pitch, so I don't think he's going to be ducking out of the batter's box anytime soon.
You got small-town Missouri against small-town Iowa going at it here. Sue's at first, one gone. Stewart had his parents come today for senior day. I said, did you get one last year at Missouri State? Nope, this is it. So you got to make sure you go through your proper senior days and hope for one more big moment, even though there's one more home game officially tomorrow. Stewart will take a big hack and foul one out of play. Smithburg also pitched in the junior college ranks at Indian Hills. That's in Ottumwa, Iowa, not far from where he grew up. You're traveling from Ottumwa to Mount Pleasant, Troy. You'll get through Libertyville.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll be there soon. Wave and a miss. Boy, he did some carving, didn't he, Smithburg, for the K?
Yeah, he did not have a comfortable swing out of Zach Stewart on that at-bat. A couple fastballs, and then this is the big sweeping slider. Boy, you talk about some horizontal break. That's almost 16 inches of horizontal break on that last pitch.
Feels like that's a ton.
And that's it. Skip Johnson's already out of the bullpen. He's going to go to a right-hander right here.
He's cutting that trail again.
Smithburg does his job.
Come on, man.
Again, the Sooners will utilize that entire pen sometimes over the course of a weekend, playing the matchups as best they can with Skip Johnson. So, another pitching change. That's a day's work for Smithburg. Hawks still up 5-3 in the bottom of the.
You got enough to go 4 more innings? My God.
Yeah, they got 6. Yeah. It's just nonstop. Yeah, for a left-hander, Xander, yeah, that was a nasty pitch. Yeah, Eagles, that's exactly what I was thinking. If we're going to have a new pitcher every batter, they need to do like the major leagues. If you put a relief pitcher in, they got to face at least 2 batters or 3 batters. Or the end of the inning, one of the two, so you can't be out there 50 times an inning. There you go, Eagles. Yeah, me and you're on the same page, bro.
I in my opinion, they wasted that pitcher.
Well, yeah, what doesn't make any sense is he had a worse batting average against left-handers, but a better against right. Now, they throw him in there against the left-hander. He got the left-hander out, and instead of letting him stay and face a right-hander, they're going to take him out. Makes no sense.
Caden Leon is one of those. He was the opener in game 1 of the series with the Gators last Friday. Another McLennan Community College product, and he becomes pitcher number 4 used by the Sooners.
Yeah, another guy for OU that's got the
I don't know if you could say completely
1+
horrible.
strikeout per innings pitched, but the 15 walks in 25 in the third innings kind of jumps out at me a little bit. The right-hander's got a good fastball. It'll sit up to 93 to 96. But how about this stat, Brett? You got a right-handed Leon on the mound. Right-handers are hitting 217 off of him. Left-handers 077. So Skip Johnson in 2 back-to-back pitchers is going against the
Taylor
stats
was talking about
and just maybe going with his
Okay.
gut.
All right.
I like that.
Ozzie
Know
Salt.
your staff.
See him calling in the pitch Here's Pompey. He gave us a little pomp and circumstance in the second with a 2-run line drive homer that went 420 feet on graduation.
Oh, that same one again. I guarantee you Pompey will bust
12.
that thing.
Arkansas has had 16 homers in the last 5 games, counting today. He's facing Leon, though, and down in the count. Leon had a father, Scott, that played in the Tampa Bay Rays organization.
I'm surprised Souza didn't steal second off
breaking
that.
balls right there by Leon.
Yeah, he may not have been paying
Troy,
attention.
I think we've seen a little bit of what we anticipated, a lot of base runners, but for the most part, these pitchers have done a decent job as far as navigating and not giving up the 3-run homer or whatever might obscure this game and make it a different margin.
Yeah, I think so. I think that for the most part, both sides have kind of missed barrels. Like I said, only 8 combined hits. Pretty conservative lead by Nolan Souza over there at first base.
Big healthy wave and a miss.
That has been kind of TJ Pompey's kryptonite, the breaking ball down and away. You might see Nolan Souza take off right here after 3 straight breaking balls. You're probably going to get another one.
Souza does run. Picked a good one to go on. And Souza, one of those Razorbacks in double figures in stolen bases. The one thing about the Hogs, they don't run near as much as the Sooners, but they are really a high-efficiency base-running, base-stealing team.
Yeah, I think so. I think they pick their spots, and that's a lot to do with Dave Van Horn and his just kind of feel of the game. He's just one of the masters at that.
He talked about that this week at his big luncheon. The 2-2 to Pompey. That's down. He said some teams will pad their numbers and they'll get 9-10 stolen bases in a midweek game. And he said, I don't believe in that, embarrassing another team. But when I have to steal a base or stay out of a double play or trying to get a run, that's when I need to be successful.
Yeah, I think that just kind of shows that how DVH respects the game.
Here's a payoff. That's not close. So that is ball 4. A couple of walks this inning. I would say, though, going back to my point from just a couple of moments ago, you're tempting fate today when you're putting those free base runners on. For the most part, I think a lot of pitchers in this game from both sides have stranded runners, but you're one swing away from one hit scoring 3.
Well, you're not going to get any assistance from the elements. The wind is not going to knock the baseball down like it normally does, especially balls hit to center field and right center. That is about as limp as a flag gets here at Baum-Walker
That's like
Stadium.
a comet. It comes around once every 30 years. Peck double down the line and left his last time in, playing for the second straight day after coming on for Rutenbar, who took a ground ball off his nose. A lot of blood yesterday, and then Peck came on, hit a homer, double today.
Good speed on the bases for Arkansas with the ball in the gap.
Leon pumps one at 95 over the inner half for strike 2.
Really froze Peck. I think he thought he was going to get a breaking ball right there. And if he's up there guessing, that you can't live on guessing in the SEC.
You're right. That's the pitch you want to swing at 0-1 when you get a fastball for a strike, but he might have been expecting something else. What does Leon do now? There's a chopper up the middle. Can Willits get there? The second baseman, Branch, will instead, and he's able to throw to first to retire Peck. Nice effort at second base by Branch to end the inning. Still a 5-3 Razorback lead.
Oh, it's starting to do that stuff again.
What's that?
Skipping.
Oh, what? It's not on mine.
dudes wearing Hawaiian shirts that rarely do it. Of course, everybody got the Vahiva Aloy vinyl record, and then the bobblehead today for Vahiva. And we've got something that you're going to explain just exactly what these are.
Yeah,
Troy,
these are the Kukui necklaces. We got these from the Aloy family last year. And let me tell you a little bit about this.
Please do.
The necklace symbolizes enlightenment, protection, peace, and love in the Hawaiian culture. I think the thought process was the enlightenment that the Aloy family thought we might need.
Yeah, I think so. Trey Gamble fouls one away from Coyle. Enlightenment, love, it doesn't matter. I need it all. Just go ahead and pile on. Peace is a great thing.
Protection. There you go. From hurting yourself with some spewing.
Yeah, you have spiked my sodas back-to-back days that have made just massive messes.
I wish I would have, because then it'd be more hilarious.
Gamble's going to wave and miss. So Parker Coyle quickly disposes of Gamble, who's 0 for 3 to begin this top of the 6th inning.
But again, thank you to the Aloy family for the necklaces.
Indeed.
They're spot on.
Jamie threw out the first pitch today to Kahio, who shushed him back up on top of the mound. And Jamie played some minor league baseball.
Yeah,
so
he's like, Dad, you're not throwing from the grass. You got to get up on the bump.
Here's Brock, who's 0 for 2. All right, I'm going to tell you a little more about the brothers as Brock steps in. We talked about Vahiva and Kahio playing with each other last year. You think about, Troy, just the state of Oklahoma, you have the holidays, right?
Yeah.
Jackson and
a whole bunch of them.
Exactly. And Jamie told me yesterday that the Holiday family would go to Maui and hit at the same gym that Vahiva and Kahio hit.
Okay.
In the offseason. So there's always a connection, right? There's Kahio just chilling.
Baseball is a pretty tight-knit community.
Talked about the Willets, Eli, the #1 pick last year. Jackson playing in this game. That one has popped up, and Peck will navigate his way over to make the catch, and there's 2 outs. Of course, the Holidays are Ethan and Jackson. Willets brothers, the Aloy brothers. We had the Mercurius brothers, and then the Brumbaugh are in this series as well. So Carson hasn't played a ton for Arkansas, and his brother, his older brother, Caden, is on the Oklahoma team. They got together right before Game 1, Troy, and, they're talking swings right now. Caden's getting ready to gesture about that swing, and that one's lined into right by Harris, who homered earlier. Their father, Cliff, a longtime pro player. I think both parents are here. And the younger brother is here, too. Now, the younger brother plays for Edmond Santa Fe High School. And next weekend, they will be in the state championships in Tulsa. They can't play in Oklahoma City because the Sooners are playing there.
That's right.
But Carson was part of the Edmond Santa Fe team that won the state championship last year. Younger brother will be in Tulsa. 8 teams are there next weekend. And this is Branch taking one high. But, Cliff and Bubba Carpenter know each other. Cliff runs the Oklahoma Fuel. It is an organization, a travel ball team that I think has maybe 14 teams, all different levels.
Oh, my word.
So I was doing some reading this week about the Brumbaugh and Oklahoma Fuel because Carson Benj is having a great rookie campaign for the Mets. Really, he's the only thing going right for the Mets. And he was talking about playing for Cliff Brumbaugh and the Oklahoma Fuel. And apparently he's one of the best friends of Caden Brumbaugh, who's on Oklahoma's team. Played together growing up. Benj has made 2 5-star catches this year. And that's the catch you make when the ball leaves the bat. There's a 25% probability you can make the play.
Wow.
He's made 2 of them this year. He's been a tremendous addition, and he grew up with the Brumbaugh, so part of our brothers theme.
Did a good job of tying all that together.
Well, and maybe Coyle and Branch have brothers too, but they're not getting any run right now because we've got the Holidays and the Aloys and the Willets.
Yeah, the pecking order's got to lead, right? There you go.
The Brumbaughs.
Thinking about things for the Sooners, when you got Desan Harris, who's really starting to swing the bat well, that bodes well for them because he's a guy that you want to get hot at the end of the season.
Branch launches one out of here. We've got a tie game again, but Coyle has the count of 2-1. Branch is twice grounded out.
Yeah, I just think this is one of those games that neither team really – you want to gamble when you've got a guy that can hit a 2-run homer and tie this game up. especially got a left-handed pitcher over there on the mound. You just don't want to take that chance of running yourself out of an inning.
No, I completely agree. And it's a situation where I think the way this game started, we expected to see 6 or 7 homers. These pitchers, again, to their credit, have kept away from the barrels in the heart of the plate. Doesn't mean that can't change quickly. That ball lifted in the air, left center field. Mike Anu back, looks up, it's gone, it ties the game. It did happen quickly. Kyle Branch hits his second home run of the year. Harris hit his second earlier. Maybe some unlikely Sooners playing long ball, and it's a 5-5 contest.
Yeah, that's just a really good job right there by Kyle Branch. He got a hanging breaking ball, and that's what happens. You don't see Parker Coyle fall behind hitters very often, but it was a 2-1 pitch that was right over the heart of the plate. Watch where this thing ends up. That is letter high, and Branch just absolutely hammers it. And again, on a really windy day, it might have gotten knocked down.
Well, if you would have kept your mouth shut, sir, and not said nothing, that wouldn't have happened. But you had to speak it to existence.
With no wind, it carried out.
Idiot.
Traveled 411 feet. That was talked into existence quicker than I thought, but it's a 5-5 game. But Troy, that's where, again, the Sooners have out-hit the Razorbacks today 7-3. What they were lacking was the multi-run homer, and they got it.
We got a pinch hitter right here in Drew Dickerson.
We saw Dickerson not only play yesterday but start. He went 0 for 3, scored a run. He's hit a couple of homers on the year with the .297 average.
And big swing for the Sooners. And you just feel like this game is not over till it's over.
You know this game means something for Coyle as well, the Edmond native.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He had retired 3 straight before the single from Harris, and as you mentioned, he's had some really good swings today, and for that matter, this series. He has 4 hits already. And then the homer from Kyle Branch, who had been 0 for 2. Rip and a miss by Dickerson.
That was probably Coyle's best pitch right there. That's a 2-0 cutter that ends up right under the hands of Drew Dickerson. And Dickerson, excuse me, and there's no way you hit that pitch.
2 outs, but 2 in for the Sooners in the top of the 6th inning. Coyle kind of fires that rosin bag down to the back of the mound.
He was really shaking his head when after Branch rounded the bases on that one. He was not happy where he left that pitch.
Wave and a miss. I think the pitchers sometimes know when that ball is on its way to the plate, they're in trouble.
I agree.
Dave joked the other day that McIlvain didn't like the one pitch he made, and he said he wouldn't have been so angry it wouldn't have ended up in the pond if he didn't put it right down the middle.
That's right.
3-2. Payoff coming. Coyle gets the wave and a miss. Dickerson with the inning, but Kyle Branch with a 2-run homer. Things evened up again, 5 apiece as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Let's see if we can get some timely hitting.
spirited chicken dance as well. Out there in the hog pen. Might be a few beverages into the afternoon out in the hog pen. Fan's got his radio, he's got his glove. And Leon back to work. He'll face the top of the lineup for the Razorbacks, Ruiz, Kozel, and Helfrich.
Oklahoma.
Ruiz homered yesterday.
One inning or one batter.
It was number 5 on his season. He's 0 for 3 this afternoon. Arkansas
What? At his
hit
ankles?
4 home runs yesterday. We've had a couple today, but the Sooners have also now come back to hit 3 home runs.
With the speed of Ruiz, third baseman Johnson's playing pretty tight to home plate.
That was not close.
Kind of a borderline strike called by James Ainsworth on that first pitch. And, boy, it's really different being 2 balls, no strikes instead of 1-1.
Very upright stance for Ruiz, trying to get on base for a man whose on-base percentage .461 be getting played today. But I was saying, Arkansas hit 4 homers yesterday. Yesterday was also the anniversary, Troy, of maybe the best individual college baseball performance in the history of our game.
See my grandson
in
today.
1999 hit 6 home runs himself.
That's impressive.
Are you kidding?
There's guys that don't hit 6 in a season.
He had 6 homers in 6 straight plate appearances, 16 runs batted in, and a 26-2 win against Maryland yesterday in 1999. So the Hogs just hit 4 themselves. They didn't hit 6. One individual. Ruiz was
drop the mic and just go home.
That's right. That. Ruiz will wave and miss. So Ruiz, who does such a great job getting on base, is 0 for 4 today. And that's a big out because with the Sooners coming back to tie things up, the last thing they wanted to do was see base runners for Kozel, Helfrich, and Aloha.
Yeah, I think so. And that's Ruiz expanding the strike zone. And it's a little unusual because there was a couple fastballs that Leon threw that were up in the zone that Ruiz took earlier in the at-bat.
Kozel's 0 for 2. Takes that breaking ball for a strike.
Leon's almost kind of reminds me a little bit of Gabe Gack with that release point, that low release point. And
I could see
the
it.
Fastball that really carries.
The ride through the strike zone.
Okay, that's a good answer.
I think that's why you have to lay off that pitch that's up in the zone because the angle that it comes, its release point is, it just almost looks like it takes off and it's hard to get on top of.
Body-wise, he looks like a little thicker Peyton Paulette.
I'll give you that.
Change
up faded on him. Kozel's kind of seen all of it. He's seen the first pitch breaking ball, the fastball, and then the changeup. So shouldn't be surprised whatever he sees right here from Leon.
Arkansas has had just 1 hit in the last 3 1/3 innings.
Wow,
so credit to the
that
Sooners.
wasn't called a strike.
Skip's kind of a mad scientist today, mixing and matching with his pitchers, trying to find the best recipe.
Well, he's still got a bunch of bodies down there in the bullpen. No one's throwing at this point, but there's about 8 more guys down there stretching and doing all kinds of things, trying to stay loose.
Hitters count for Kozel, and that is ball 4. He waited an extra tick in case James Ainsworth wanted to change his mind, but that is a walk. And that is one area, though, the Sooners have probably had a higher number than they would like this afternoon.
Well, think about how big now that strikeout by Damon Ruiz is, because now Arkansas would have runners at first and second, no outs. Now just a runner at first with 1. That really changes things.
7 walks by Sooners pitchers.
That's
up to 8.
It's a lot.
Helfrich drove it a run with a fielder's choice in the 4th when he beat out a double play bouncer. 8 walks, 7 strikeouts, so they have been flirting
2-run homer, Eagles.
with some trouble, but Helfrich was one of those who's walked twice.
It's funny this
just missed.
It feels like Arkansas has more than 3 hits. I think it's all those walks.
It has to be.
It's the base runners that they've had on base, but again,
if you're just sitting here not paying a lot of attention, you've seen a couple of Razorback homers and 8 walks, you feel like there's been more damage.
See, Helfrich really got that barrel out in front and hooked that baseball. We've seen Arkansas run a little bit, but I don't think you want to run in this situation. You've got your 3 and 4 guys coming up.
Gackle did, LC.
Helfrich waiting for the 1-2. Here it comes, up and out.
It was almost like a pitch out right there. I think
Felt that way.
If Kojal was running, he would have been dead to rights. You just stay put and kind of like what Oklahoma did last inning. Somebody could ride one out of here pretty easily.
Ryder just twitching, waiting for a pitch to hit. Here comes the 2-2. Down and out. Count has gone full. Do you run Kojal now?
I think you run Kojal right here. I think that's, and you could even almost kind of have it as a like a hit and run type thing, as from a base runner standpoint. You don't want to get picked. You don't need the greatest jump in the world. You just want to get him in motion.
I think Leon wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
And Kojal's only attempted 2 all year, but this more situational than strategic.
You just try to stay out of the double play right here. You feel like Helfrich's going to put the ball in play, and also a guy that's got a good eye that could walk as well.
Count has gone full to Helfrich. Kojal's not running. The pitch is down. That's ball 4, and back-to-back walks, so that is now 9 by the Sooners.
I think if you're an Arkansas fan right here,
Lord.
Kahil Aloy's like one of those guys that you feel like he's as hot as anybody in this lineup.
I feel like you got to be an optimistic individual to play this game of baseball, but if you're a pessimist and you're in that Sooner dugout, aren't you thinking that they've tempted fate a little bit too much with these free passes, because only one have scored so far?
I agree, and you've got a guy at the plate that could just leave the yard in a mishit.
Which I think he did last weekend.
Yeah,
once.
he did. He had a home run that kind of caught it on the end of the bat and just kind of flipped it out into the bullpen.
Went out and got it and yanked it. 2 Razorbacks on with 1 out for Aloy. He takes a strike. Kuhio has not had a hit yet in this series, but he has taken a couple of walks, scored a run, and see his season numbers. He entered this weekend tied for 32nd in the conference in batting average. Best batting average of any Razorback at home. Passed Kojal in that category today.
You can see Leon definitely is trying to keep that baseball away from Kahil Aloy. Fastball's been good, so is the breaking ball.
Kojal at second, Helfrich at first in a 5-5 game. That's a nice job by LaChance. In fact, he's going to fire down to second, and that was a nice pick by Branch. Everybody's playing tough bounces.
Well, I tell you what, Caden Leon almost got decapitated on that throw. I mean,
he was in the path.
That was a laser that was short-hopped the second baseman, Branch. And watch this. Watch this throw, how close he gets to the pitcher.
He's thinking he's
like,
getting –
whoa!
He's expecting the throw back, and all of a sudden it's the fastball right over his noggin.
Oof.
And Aloy.
That was power on power.
He swings so hard he loses his top hand from time to time.
I don't think he's going to see another one of those.
Hogs 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position today.
I think if you're a Razorback runner, you might get a dirt ball right here.
Sooners tied it up with a 2-run homer in the top of this inning from Branch. 2-2 pitch to Aloy, and he went out to get one and spoil it to see another.
He can get to pitches 6-8 inches off the plate with that extension that he gets with that left hand.
Any base hit should score a run as deep as the Sooners are playing in their outfield. The 2-2 is up and out. LaChance tried to bring it back, but it clearly looked off the corner. So now the count has gone to 3-2. And this is where this large, loud crowd begins to make a little bit of noise, whether you're going with the Hawaiian Lays or not. Waiting to see Aloy get a chance to hit. Here comes a 3-2 pitch, and that is strike 3. Troy, he got the fastball, and he wasn't sitting on it.
Boy,
that was really
weird. Yeah, that really tied up Kahil Aloy. I think Leon might have hurt himself on that pitch. Great fastball right there. Look at Leon touch his back, and he's not right, and He pulled something right there.
LeChance
Golly.
motioned to the bullpen rather than the dugout. He made a huge pitch to strike out Aloy for the second out of the inning. But then immediately the bullpen was alerted, and there's about 4 guys stretching and moving for the Sooners. And the athletic trainer as well out there for Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's definitely like something in his back. The second he threw that pitch, you could see something knotted up on him. You hope it's just muscular. It looks like it is.
He is the 4th pitcher that has been used by Oklahoma today. And yesterday in 6.5 innings, they threw 6. We have not had a repeat yet, but I feel like that's coming, whether it's today or tomorrow. Clearly he's not staying in, is he, Troy?
I can't imagine.
I think when your pitcher reacts in that manner.
And he's still got his hands on his knees.
He's still just trying to get right.
I think this is going to be like what happened in the Georgia series for Arkansas. This could be one of those 15-minute warm-ups for Oklahoma in this situation.
You're right. That happened in the Georgia game. And it was a long delay. So that's it for Leon. We'll wait for the new Oklahoma pitcher to come into this game.
I wonder if we're going to have to wait 15 minutes.
I'm sure.
I do hate that the kid got hurt if he,
Yeah. I don't ever want to see no college kid, young kid get hurt, but it happens. He'll be fine. They're at that age, you'll bounce back.
Probably just back spasm.
Yeah, or pulled his back.
Came up with an injury of some sort. He just didn't look right. Let's go back and see this pitch one more time, Troy.
Yeah, right here you see him go to his back and already starting to try to stretch that out. And
Pulled a rib or something.
man, you hate that for that young man, Caden Leon, and you could see something knotted up on him.
Sean.
Could almost be like a back spasm.
He's not
Hopefully
in
it's
here with
nothing
me,
serious.
but
It looks
I
like
think
Nolan
he is
Stevens
here.
has started to throw in the bullpen. That's a two-way player, a Mississippi State transfer who has quite a few at-bats as an outfielder, also a left-handed pitcher. So
Turn your
we know
speakers
this
up,
drill. He
LC.
has given as much time as he needs to get ready. It happened in that Georgia game
I'm talking pretty loud.
a few weeks ago when Vigu threw 2 innings, and then Aoki spent a while to get ready and ended up throwing 5 innings. So we'll take another break and come back to Bob Walker
I
in the
may not be
5-5
today.
game.
I'm not feeling real good today, LC, so that could be I'm not as loud or as I normally
Another
would be.
day. Same
What the
pain,
hell? Yeah, Micah, that's true. You can't sit there and watch that fastball go by. Sometimes it just looks like our batters get lulled to sleep. There he is. Come on, dude. We need a good luck charm. He is in the building. I gotta use my right hand. Oh, buddy. It's all right. He's so tea. You a little hot. That's a good buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I know.
He doesn't sound too excited, Sarge.
I think he's a little tired. He doesn't like Papa happen to let him go. What are we doing here?
Reminds you a little bit of what we saw back on Sunday. We saw the walk-off from Christian Turner, but it reminded me of a freshman walk-off we had in a game against Ole Miss a few years ago, 2022, with Kendall Diggs. Let's go on the Wayback Machine and reminisce about the walk-off home run that Diggs hit.
Belted deep right field. It is out of here. And Arkansas with a walk-off winner.
Think about that, Troy. It's a freshman, so this is Christian Turner on Sunday.
Center field, Federico back at the wall. It's gone. A walk-off winner for Christian Turner.
Hey, Kendra.
Did history repeat itself with freshman left-handed hitters against the Rebels? Dramatic home runs?
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. And the wind was blowing in on that ball that Christian Turner hit, and he still hit it 410 feet out to right center field. And yeah, Turner's not a guy that looks like he's going to bench press the stadium or anything like that, but he got all that baseball.
Now, Matt Jones pointed out that under DVH, we're talking about 24 years, Arkansas never had multiple walk-off home runs in SEC play until this year. It was T.J. Pompey against Mississippi State. It was Christian Turner against Ole Miss. Both were from hitters who had won at bat in the game. Both were 5-4 scores, and I'm pretty sure they went to exactly the same spot near the batting cage out in right center field.
It sure looked like it.
Think about that. You're talking about the symmetry of freshmen like Diggs and Turner, but also this year, 2 walk-off homers in 5-4 finals to the exact same spot. We're in a 5-5 game, and I can't wait to see how this one is going to be decided.
It's going to be interesting. There are 2 outs.
Sousa to face Stevens. Yesterday, we heard Nate Thompson. We can pick him up off our crowd mic talking about Smith, who finished the game, and he said, I'll let you know what he throws when I find out.
There's no scouting report.
So I'm not sure what he has on Stevens, but here we go.
Almost sounded like a foul tip. It did.
Wow, it did. Hit the bat, grazed the bat.
Yeah, that's ball 2, but it's going to be a strike.
Tell you what, Stevens got ready a lot faster than Aoki did from Georgia. He almost went back to the hotel and took a nap before the game and had a meal before he got up there. Sousa didn't like that one.
Yeah, high fastball that Stevens definitely liked. Yeah, Aoki, it was a lot.
At one point, Wes Johnson was down in the bullpen supervising the head coach. Stevens got geared up pretty good, and he's trying to finish off this inning, and Sousa. LeChance sets up outside, and that is on the corner, strike 3. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts in that inning. What a job by Stevens to come on out of the bullpen in the frame, and Arkansas stranded 9.
You hear that guy, Sarge? Swing the bat!
He ain't lying.
respected it a little bit more if he would have struck out swinging.
From the third base side to the first base side, because there's not hardly any open seats in the shade.
Well, it's a 5-5 game. I mentioned Arkansas stranded 9. Sooners have left only 4. Top of the lineup, Walk, Johnson, and LaChance. Hard hit, knocked down by Kojal, but Jason Walk will have the infield single to begin the 7th inning. That's his second hit.
Yeah, that was a bullet right there, and I think with his speed, that's going to be a tough play for Camden Kojal. He is out in the grass in the behind shortstop. I don't think there's any way he's throwing out Walk in that situation.
Sooners have out hit the Razorbacks 8-3, and I know that home run from Branch frustrated the locals because it tied the game. But Troy, when the Sooners have out hit Arkansas in that manner, they probably feel like they should have a lead of some sort.
I agree, and here's what's going to be interesting. You've got the left-handed Parker Coyle and Walk, your leadoff hitter, that's stolen 13 of 18 bases on the season. I think you have to keep him put with Camden Johnson at the plate right here.
Johnson takes and looks at a strike.
Hogs looking for a double play ground ball. Johnson wants to hook one in that big hole between Souza and Peck.
Wichita State transfer Camden Johnson. Throw to first and Walk, who had 18 stolen bases a year ago, isn't quite at that number this season, but this is when the chaos becomes at least a possibility. That's a big lead for Walk. So Coyle will throw over there, nearly threw it away.
Well, Coyle does not have a great move. It's not like a Hunter Elliott from Ole Miss whose move was really tying up the Razorbacks.
Borderline balk, and all the good ones usually are. Johnson expanded the zone more than he would like. He was really frustrated with that swing. 0-2.
Like
Sooners have dropped 3 in a row. They want to find a way to get back in the
Sarge.
win column. More importantly, even up their SEC record at 13-13. And we've looked at the resumes for both of these teams, both coming into this weekend projected as 2 seeds. And maybe there's a chance with Arkansas, if they get on this heater down the stretch, to be in that consideration for one of the final 2. Oklahoma would like the best seed possible as well. 0-2. Sent out to left center field. New on the move. Will have to take it on a bounce. Walk to second. He will hold. New got a really good break. He was shaded in that direction, but still did not have a chance to come up with it. And here come the Sooners. Back-to-back hits to begin the 7th inning.
Well, Brad, I thought Parker Coyle dodged a bullet on the 0-2 pitch that Camden Johnson fouled off. And I'm like, you can't throw strikes to a really good hitter. And I think that's why Dave Van Horn's going out and getting Parker Coyle right there. Those are just mental mistakes by Coyle.
Arkansas has used a couple of pitchers ready to bring on their third, so now it's truly become a battle of the bullpens. Sooners looking to take the lead in the 7th inning. Back with the new Razorback pitcher right after.
Grandbaby was pissed. We let them Hogs runners on. He was mad as hell. Well, if something happens and I won't speak that into existence yet. I'll wait to see what happens. But one thing we can say is we've left way too many guys on base today.
So that's what Arkansas is looking for, is a ground ball right here with a catcher running in LeChance, thinking that they might be able to roll two. And for LeChance,
Well,
Sean,
I would be shocked if he's
gonna bunt in this situation.
Everybody can have
think
their
you let the big
opinions.
fella swing. But again, Eves is going to sit about 92, 93
scout
with
or
that
otherwise.
fastball. Has a kind of a tight breaking
Wait
ball.
till we
It's
have
kind
our
of a
call-in
three-quarter
shows for
delivery,
football
arm
and
slot.
Yeah.
So
You
again,
think
that's
this
why
is
he
bad.
gets
You can hear
sink
some
on that
sideways
fastball.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's been interesting
Once we have
for
our
Dayton
call-in shows,
LeChance today.
you'll
Homered in
see
the first inning,
It can get a little
and then has
nuts.
walked twice since. So it's a hitter who's
Clean,
on a
all
bit
clean
of a
though.
long ball binge
As
against
clean
the
as we can
ground
get
ball
it.
pitcher. Now, Steele has given up some home runs himself. Troy, the home run, though, from LeChance in the first means he has 7 homers. All 7 of his homers have come in the last 15 games.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
he has
see,
found
we'll
that
be
stroke.
getting it at some point.
I wish my
And he's going to drive one down the line
grandfather
and right,
still had his
heading
printing stuff. He
out
used
of
to
play. That's
make
up on the
clothes and
bases loaded landing. Hello up there. Pay attention, everybody. I went up to that landing Sunday and hung out there for a couple of innings, said the Ole Miss game.
It's a pretty good view of.
I would have made that play. I would have made a catch.
I'm sure. Basket catch.
wonder how much them seats cost.
Eves to LeChance. Wave and a miss, and that was a belt-high pitch.
Well, I tell you what, Jason Walk is really getting a huge secondary lead out there at second base, and Camden Johnson's really keeping an eye on him, almost like he's almost thinking he's going to run.
You're more than welcome to come on and
Does
give your
Eves
opinion,
waste a
too, when we
pitch?
do
We
the
almost
call-in
hit
shows,
LeChance.
Sean.
I tried to throw a breaking ball right there, and it backed up on him.
It did not break.
Everybody gets a part on
I
the
think
floor.
you got to go down and away. You do not want to get anything in LeChance's wheelhouse. You can see LeChance kind of hitting himself on that back leg, kind of, hey, keep that weight back. Don't get out there on that front foot.
Oh, he's got those hands extended away
Come on,
from his
Eves.
body in a circular bat-waving motion.
Send them back
Eves
to the
checks
pond.
runners and delivers, and that's laced to the gap in right center field. That's down. It's going to bounce and go all the way to the fence. Walk will score. Johnson around third. He's going to have a chance to score and will on a 2-run double from Dayton LeChance, and the Sooners lead at 7-5.
That's what happens when you hit with
Troy, the
runners
2
in
strike
scoring
hits
position.
have been big.
Yeah, I think Razorback pitchers are going to go back and just shake their heads on the 0-2 pitch by Parker Coyle, and then this one right here, that is out belt high with a guy that's really hitting the ball well. I know it's on the outer third, but you just can't leave that ball up in the zone when you have guys that have really good contact in Johnson and LeChance. The last 2 at-bats, Arkansas pitchers had him down 2 strikes and just didn't put him away.
And here's Willis, who's 0 for 3. Troy, there's still nobody out this inning.
Yeah, this could be really ugly for Arkansas. It could get away from them in a hurry.
Hogs led 4-2 after 3 innings. Sooners have really been pesky since. Willits will lift one to center, and new sunglasses glistening, camps underneath it. He's going to make the catch. He was trying to get behind that ball to do just that. Fire one to third in case LeChance was trying to tag, so he looked a little casual, but that was with the intent of trying to deke the runner and make a strong throw.
Yeah, I think that was a really good job by New playing behind that baseball. You can see that DVH is probably thinking in his head that we got to get these guys when we got 2 strikes. And credit to the Sooner hitters. They've been really pesky with those 2-strike swings.
All right, I got a number for you on Trey Gamble. Going to be a little bit interesting. He's 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts. A year ago, Troy, He walked 49 times compared to 40 strikeouts, so more walks than Ks. Coming into the game today, 35 walks and 30 strikeouts.
Okay.
More walks than strikeouts, but today he struck out twice.
Wow, okay.
Anytime you have that number, and listen, Helfrich and Ruiz are in that category for Arkansas, where you're willing to take your free bases more than you K, that's a number, of course, the pro scouts and others look at. It just hasn't been the case this afternoon for Gamble. But a base hit here, all will be forgotten, and the Sooners might just add another run. That is a mile-high pop-up. On a winless day, Peck will glide into foul territory and make the catch for out number 2. Even on days where the wind doesn't blow, it's always a bit of an adventure.
That was not a clean catch.
No.
It rattled in that glove. There's a little ricochet going on in there.
He's got the big necklace. He's got the earpiece listening in, and he also made the catch. 2 gone. Now, this is a situation I want to run by you to, Troy, with LaChance at second base and Brock the batter. Brock's 0 for 3. We talk all the time about outfielders playing deep and how really there's not many chances to throw out runners.
Right.
LaChance is not a speedy guy. He's getting a huge secondary lead, and the outfielders are deep. Would you be willing to creep in 5 or 6 feet to have a chance to cut him down to keep this from being potentially a 3-run game?
Yeah, I do. I think that's something that.
Because now on a base hit, he's scoring.
Right. And the only other thing you can do is you can pull Nolan Souza, the second baseman, over to keep him a little bit closer. But, yeah, we're all 3 Arkansas outfielders are playing. Unless it's just a one-hop rocket to them, they're not throwing him out at the plate.
Because LaChance knows he can get an extra couple of steps off that base where maybe he can score in a base hit. That's right to Kojal, and had to make a strong throw, and he did to retire Brock. So Eves gives up the double, but then retires 3 in a row. Stretch time at Baum Walker. Razorbacks have some work to do, trailing the
Come back, Eves, even though you gave up 2.
Could have been worse. We got a little work to do.
Definitely could have been worse. Not trying to pump sunshine. I just hope this gets better.
Well,
For this game, of course, not for the whole season.
The thing about baseball is you can't live or die on each game. Because, I mean, there's the best team in the world. I mean, look at the Dodgers. They ain't winning every game. And they got a hell of a lineup, hell of a pitching staff. They ain't winning every game. The Atlanta Braves, same way. They ain't winning every game. You just don't win every game in baseball.
I was about to say any one of their pitchers could be an ace on another team.
I don't know how people let the game make them mad to begin with. It's just a game, and
which actually is a thorn in the ointment of Arkansas hosting, not as much as maybe a loss today. But Vanderbilt and Missouri played in a wild game, suspended. Let's take a look at what the conditions were last night in Como when they had to suspend the game, because that was what they were trying to play through. What is that? Fog, mist, rain?
That is something crazy, I'll tell you what. And then here's the ironic thing. Vanderbilt hits a ball that they called a ground rule double. Everybody thought it was a home run.
Micah New leading off the bottom of the 7th, popping one up. Johnson will come down the line and drop the baseball. Oh, my. And he is angry with himself. And I got to tell you what,
haven't seen that
it's
before.
A high sky, it's a windless day, but the crowd starts to get a little bit antsy, and you feel it.
Well, I'll tell you what, anytime you hit a ball straight up, it's got a lot of backspin on it, and what it's going to do is it's going to carry back toward the field of play.
I did that once. Just a second, everybody. Trying to stop that ESPN every now and then. I don't know what the deal is.
Disappears, so they call it a double. So then the game is tied and suspended. What happens? Missouri walks it off with a base hit up the middle. So Vanderbilt probably should have won that game, and the Tigers come out.
And Vandy
on top.
may not make the darn tournament. They're
I
10-15. News homer today knocked in a couple of runs, but Arkansas needs some base runners down in the bottom of the 7th inning. So we had a home run today in the bright sunshine. I don't know how many people.
Vanderbilt might not even make the SEC tournament.
We're all looking for it. The umpire signaled fair, a foul, and then he changed his mind. They had what could have been a home run yesterday that went as a double because nobody could see it.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
If you get a chance on the socials to find that on the Gram or Twitter and you watch the play as it takes place, you'll have to wonder what in the world.
And why were they even still playing the ball game? What was it, the smoke out that Northern Colorado had earlier this season? That's what it looked like. It looked like that somebody had a bonfire going right around the stadium.
New with the big chopper that will be foul. I forget which non-con team it was. It's been 2 or 3 years ago, and I've got it on my phone. But I showed up, and Troy, it was a foggy day.
NCAA
so Arkansas was
tournament.
sitting across the street in the indoor. And I hear the dings of bats as I'm walking up, and I'm like, that can't be.
Vandy's
and
almost
the visiting team was
bad.
taking a full infield BP in the middle of fog to where I was unable to see the ball even get past infield.
Oh, man.
And people are standing out there.
That's scary.
Your whole team's standing in front of balls they can't see. New powers one down the line and left, but twisting and going foul. Home run distance, that nearly took out a couple of fans in the patio area. That was 115 off the bat of Mike New, making a bid for his 3rd homer of this 2-game series so far. Couldn't keep it fair.
I feel like you almost got to wear a helmet to be
feel
out
like
there.
after a swing like that New's going to get something.
Hit him right there in the sign.
Down in the strike zone. He just has to try not to expand right here.
Pitch from Stevens, cut and a missed. New will K, that's a big first out. Stevens struck out Souza with a couple of runners on when he came out of the pen in the 6th.
And really, really good changeup by Nolan Stevens right there. The movement, the location was spot on.
Stevens was one of those guys coming from Mississippi State. I think a lot of people were curious what he might be able to do.
I think they have to win the series and win a game.
Maybe more opportunities to play.
Tournament.
Had a .320 batting average in 37 games at State as Stewart takes one outside. Had 7 starts as a freshman. But Troy, you get a .320 average in a short amount of time. There's the thought, well, what could he do with more playing time? Well, this year, and we're going to see another visit to the mound.
That's by a trainer.
Second time a trainer's been out there. Stevens has had 71 at-bats, hitting .239. He has hit 5 homers, so the power's been there. The average hasn't. This is the first opportunity we have to see him pitching, and not just us, for that matter, anybody. And now the question is, after striking at a couple of batters, is there something wrong?
Yeah,
with Nolan Stevens
after the last pitch to Stephen New. I knew this was coming. I seen it.
Is he going to throw a couple of pitches to see if he's okay? There's a little bit of a grimace there from Nolan. He won the battle of Nolan's, getting Souza Decay in the 6th. He struck out New in the 7th. But now the question is everything all right?
No,
I don't think so. No.
I don't think so either. I'm shocked that he threw a pitch.
Is he going to throw another one?
I can't imagine. That's a lot of discomfort for. No, they're gonna go to the pen.
Yeah, the call has been made to the bullpen again.
You hate that. You hate that for him.
Fans are grumbling, but you understand this. If the kid's not right, you don't want him soldiering on, and it does mean there will be more opportunities for the Sooners to get ready. Although I do believe Cleveland was warming up in the bullpen, but we'll step aside, come back, and sort things out after this.
Yay! Another pitching change. Another injured. I have not seen that many pitchers get injured in one game. Yeah, he definitely tweaked his elbow.
Might be some kind of ligament there in the elbow.
Oh, who knows? We ain't doctors. Could just be fatigue. Could be tennis elbow. Could be pitcher's elbow. Could be bowler's elbow.
Well, at least we didn't see his arm go limp from the elbow down.
Yeah, it could be a time to tee out. Yeah. It could be anything. We officially have made it to 3 hours and 6 minutes, everybody. And we're only in the 7th inning.
Good Lord. 6-hour game incoming.
At this rate.
Next thing you know, they're going to put the first baseman on there if they run out of pitchers.
They got about, it says 6 more.
Well, that one kid that came in relief of the starter, he was he was their ace against Florida last Friday.
Injured, necessitating a pitching change.
Yeah, and Nolan Stevens was carving up Razorbacks, so the Sooners did not want him coming out of the ball game, but they're going to go to Jackson Cleveland, the right-hander. See his numbers right there, the 25 hits in 26 innings, really good command, but he's only walked 8, but he's hit 5 guys
down in the
bullpen,
innings,
which seems
probably
like
the better chance you got him coming back.
In the low to mid-90s with the fastball, big overhand curve that you'll see, and opponents hitting 255 off of Jackson Cleveland, but lefty's a little bit better at 273.
He's somebody that was at Miami last year. A couple of seasons ago,
well,
he
they
was
did
at
just
Lamar.
take the
I'm not
lead,
sure if he
Richard.
would have lined up with
We've been winning the whole
Damian
game.
Ruiz. He's from Deer Park, though, and that is the same high school, same
Since the
hometown
bottom
as
of the first.
Andy Pettit and his boys there in Houston.
The way Richard said it was like, oh, yeah.
19 appearances last year, though, for the Hurricanes.
They're putting belt to ass
and 24-plus
to
innings of work.
Again, only 3 hits by the Razorbacks today. 3.
Troy, they had a couple of home runs in the second, and you were thinking this could be one of those wild games. And since that inning, they've had
26,
1 hit.
That's light
it was
work.
A double from Peck in the 4th.
I'll be drinking them 40.
There's that big overhand curve. That is the old 12-6. Starts up high and just is straight.
Yes,
drop.
This is, I do believe, the 7th Eagles.
I mean, they
Outfitters
used
deep
yesterday.
against Stewart. 0 for 1 with a walk and a hit by pitch. Over the top of that one, it came up empty. Strike 2.
Looked like a cutter slider right there. Couple dandy pitches so far
There's
by
a cutter
Jackson
slider,
Cleveland.
loop-de-loop. Get it right, man.
Getting the sign through the pitch comm. Faded a changeup that had a spin rate of 938. When you see any spin below 4 digits,
that's got to be some kind of a splitter.
that's barely getting to the plate at 938. And gets the wave at a miss. Came back with a breaking ball off the low spin pitch and gets the strikeout. That is now 4 straight Razorbacks who have struck out against 3 different pitchers.
How about 11 strikeouts for Arkansas in the game? That's why you only have 3
It
hits.
is hard to get into a rhythm
And
when
both
you see a
Leon and
different pitcher every
Stevens
inning.
struck out the hitter in which they were potentially injured.
Right.
Pompey was one of those Razorbacks that homered in the second, along with New. Arkansas led 3-1 at that point. They've also had a 4-2 advantage, but now trailing by 2 at the bottom of the 7th. And
Kind of hard to hit the ball
whether
when
it's
it's in the dirt.
strikeouts or the runners left on base, there has not been quite the same buzz in this building for some other recent home games. It's a big-time pitch, isn't it?
It really is. That just locks up those hitters. I think if Arkansas looks back at that last inning with a couple 2-strike hits by the Sooners, or the ones that are just going to make them lose some sleep tonight.
Might as well just throw that pitch again.
Oh, absolutely. That was a cutter slider right there. I go back to that big overhand curve.
Seen 9 pitchers so far in this game. 6 for the Sooners, 3 for the Razorbacks. Battle of the bullpens indeed. Is that a swing? It was not on the appeal. Jeff Wright said no. Did you see yesterday for the Brewers, Jacob Mizorowski hit 103.6 on the radar gun?
No, I did not see that. Look at this. This is a little old school by Oklahoma. See right here. So they're calling pitches right there the old school way. That's not the pitch count. They're just flashing a signal down
What's he
there.
holding that glove up to his ear for?
I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know if that's location or. See if you can see it again.
I mean, he's clearly listening for something. Would LaChance then go ahead and put down the same sign, or is he signaling location maybe? Is he pointing or is he putting fingers down?
No, he's putting fingers down. I don't think he did anything right there.
And that's ball 4. So he came back with that curve at 3,029 for the spin.
Yeah.
So his spin rates have gone from anywhere from the low 900s to the low 3,000s.
That's like somebody throwing a changeup like 80 miles an hour and throwing like 102. That's crazy. Oh, Rutenbar pinch hitting for Peck.
Well, we mentioned that Rutenbar probably could have hit or played later on in the game after coming out for the concussion, and Dave had that opportunity because of the stipulation of leaving because of a concussion where he could have re-entered. But he's going to pinch hit here in the 7th inning for a man who has the last Arkansas hit, which was in the 4th.
No,
but
not ours.
a lefty against the right-handed pitcher.
Especially with a breaking ball heavy Jackson Cleveland, I think this is a good move. Much easier to hit the breaking ball coming into you than away.
Cutter has a couple of home runs, and that pitch in there for a strike. So Oklahoma pitchers have walked 10 and struck out 11. 2 of 3 Razorback hits are home runs. You're talking about the true outcomes, the walks, the strikeouts, and the homers. That's it.
It's pretty crazy.
It was fairly close at first.
Pompey almost didn't get back. It was almost like he was diving back in slow motion.
You've intrigued me with this pitchcom / signaling signs.
I'm trying to figure out what's happening.
I mean, I'm all for being thorough, too.
Well, yeah.
I mean, 0-1 pitch. Misses low.
You're down. You saw Pompey bluff down there, and I think that's all that is just you really can't try to steal in this situation when you're down 2. Keep that big hole at first base with Larkin holding on Pompey at first.
Pompey is going to run. High pitch to throw on for LaChance, but it's not in time. Tell you what, LaChance got what he wanted, Troy. Even though it was the breaking ball, it was up in the zone to give him a chance to pop up, but his throw was wide.
Watch this throw almost hit the pitcher right here. And it was way to the second base side. But Cleveland had to get out of the way of that throw. I mean, it hit probably 20 feet in front of second base.
That's happened a couple of times. Pompey with his 13th stolen base. Now a base hit could make this a 1-run game. Instead, the count 2-2 to Rutenbar.
Willits went over to cover second base, and he is standing on second base when that pitch was delivered. And he was kind of shaking his glove, and I'm really surprised that Cleveland went to the plate right there because Willits was definitely out of position.
LaChance sets up in. Pitch misses in. Count's gone full.
It's not full, sir. It's 3-1. Oh, no, they changed it. Okay. I stand corrected.
When did the second strike come in?
A couple of strikeouts, a walk, a stolen base, and the pitch hitter Rutenbar has taken the count as far as it'll go. Here comes the payoff. Wave and a miss. Another strikeout today, and Arkansas has left 10 men on base. 3 strikeouts this inning. 3 strikeouts.
I like Rutenbar, but what was that?
That's just getting fooled. But it's one of those deals where do you leave 10 men and score on base? It's hard to win games like that.
It was called a strike when Pompey stole. Gotcha.
If he was concussed, he wouldn't be in the game, guys. But I get the reference.
I did.
Yes, that is YT's department. Is all these funny little Major Razor things.
This has been a strange game, but Tate McGuire comes on to pitch. He is the fourth for the Razorbacks and a Sooners 7-5 advantage.
Yeah, it really has been
I guess
strange.
Tate's not starting tomorrow.
Yeah, somebody's had a really good game as Desan Harris, who's stepping up in the box right now for the Sooners. How about a ground out, then a home run and a single? And he is starting to get heated up. That average climbed up to 338, and Arkansas is going to go to Tate McGuire, getting a strike thrower with a pretty good breaking ball.
Harris will cut and miss. So, again, 4 hits, including a homer for Harris in a couple of games. Gackle, Coyle, Eves, and McGuire have been the quartet of pitchers for Arkansas. Sooners got a couple of runs in the 6th and a couple of runs in the 7th. Another one hit high in the air to deep right field off the bat of Harris. He came into the game with 1 home run of the season. He's hit 2 today. And the Sooners get a little bit of separation, 8-5 Oklahoma.
Boy, and no doubter, just a hanging breaking ball that Harris absolutely jumps on. And again, he was hitting home runs in BP, and he has translated that into the ball game today.
Well, that's kind of a gut punch if you're just in the game as McGuire, and before you know it, Sooners are circling the bases.
That's not a bad pitch.
No,
That's
it
down
isn't.
and in. He just did a great swing right there. And his bat path is really short and tight.
So Oklahoma has more homers than Arkansas has hits today. Branch will chop one to Pompey, and that's an out. 4 Oklahoma home runs. Arkansas has 3 hits. The Razorbacks have walked 10 times, but they've struck out 12.
Yeah, it's leaving guys on base is what the backbreaker is for Arkansas if they can't come back and win this ball game.
And listen, the Sooners,
We leave too many.
after
Our pitchers are
pulling
just
that
leaving
game
too many
out
balls
late
up.
Friday at home against Florida, lost on Saturday.
that's
It
what
was an ugly
happens when
game
you
on
lose
Sunday.
how many pitchers to the
this
league?
has been the downfall
And this is
of,
Dayton Taki who's going to pinch hit. He's
us
dealt with a
this
little
year.
bit of injury issue as of late. And Taki will take a strike. Last year he was injured after about 43 games of the season with an ankle. Hasn't had a ton of playing time this year. Fort Worth native. 53 at bats, a couple of home runs. But my point is the Sooners want to snap this 3-game losing streak because they had been in that position where their strength of schedule really good, RPI pretty good as well, and then you kind of get towards the finish line, and the last thing you want to do is drop 4 in a row or whatever that may look like.
That's right. You don't want to stumble down the stretch, and this would be a big win for Oklahoma. You're exactly right. They want to keep the foot on the gas right here and just kind of stretch this out a little bit more.
You feel like you put together a pretty good resume that doesn't get affected by a game or two, but look at Nebraska. They were up in the top 15, 16 in a host situation. They go last week to Columbus, Ohio. They lose 3 to the Buckeyes, and they're out.
Yeah.
Just like that.
It can turn on a dime in a hurry.
2-2 to Taki, and he fouls one straight back. But for the Sooners, knowing they're done with true home games and wanting to try and better what they did a year ago at 14-16 in the league, they still need 2 more wins to get to that total. Even Skip Johnson, I think, is 3 wins away from 300 as a head coach. And Taki takes that one high. But this was a game Arkansas probably felt pretty good about early, and the Sooners are feeling really good late.
I think DVH talked about not putting teams away, and it feels like that's what's happened in this ball game.
It has. We left
it's a high pop up twice. That Helfrich is going to shade his eyes, toss the mask aside, and make the catch for out number 2.
You can see Helfrich almost tried to get the batter out of his way. He's like, okay, you're not going to impede my progress. He kind of put his arm out. And well, you're Arkansas. Even though the ball's kind of flying out of ball marker today, you really don't feel like you can afford to give up any more runs.
I would agree. And Jason Walk, top of the lineup, 2 for 4 so far. First inning for McGuire. Give up the homer, then a ground out and a pop-up. You mentioned DVH. He addressed his team after the win yesterday. He reminded them that last week they run-ruled the Rebels 12-2 on Friday, only to come back and lose 11-4 on Saturday. So they run-ruled the Sooners 12-2 yesterday, but in danger of falling today.
Yeah, I think so. And it just seems like a couple mental plays that's cost Arkansas. And the couple, I think, last inning is those 2-strike pitches that have just been up out over the plate. And credit the Sooners. That was
no doubt.
That was
Sean,
Johnson and LaChance.
What a strike zone looks like.
Put some balls in the gap.
And inexplicably, the Razorbacks have taken a lot of fastballs for strike 3. So, again, credit to the Sooners for pitching and locking them up. But the Hogs have left 10, while the Sooners have had 4 home runs, including 2 from Harris, who had 1 all season entering play today.
I want to know where we're getting
Kyle
this
Branch
idea
had
that
1 homer,
football's
and
gonna
he
be
hit
way
1.
worse.
Yeah.
So 2 guys who combined for 2
Who said that?
have hit 3.
I tell you what, they're making most of all their opportunities today.
Brent G.
3-1 to Jason Walk, and Walk will lift one to right center. And this
commentators
ball will have a little bit of carry, but Stewart should have a play. He's back on the track and will make the catch in front of the scoreboard. But Troy, another home run today from Deshaun Harris.
Yeah, Harris got that barrel head down to that ball down and in, and just left the yard in a hurry. Almost hit the camera with that one. Sooners up 8-5.
You can't. I don't see how you can gripe about a team that you haven't even seen take the field yet. Fireman said curling is on fire.
I would say talent and depth-wise on this football team that's coming up is way better than we had last year compared to starters and backups.
The whole culture is better than it was last year, period. Accountability.
Chance has had a really great game. The moonshot early on that just disappeared in the double that had the 2 RBIs. Gacko threw pretty well, but just Arkansas, you're like the lack of contact and not taking advantage of all those walks is going to come back to haunt them if they can't put up 3 runs right here
DJ Williams
tie this game up.
Talked about the Sooners kind of mixing and matching all weekend
coach
with their pitchers. They're not afraid to bring guys in. A couple of times today they've had to do so because of an injury.
Being an expert
really try and stay ahead of Arkansas, kind of in that chess match game, Troy. And really it feels like even within the course of at-bats, the pitching, the fastballs off the breaking balls, and kind of just trying to stay a step ahead of these hitters has worked.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
will let my
a great
eyes
job
tell
by
me.
Skip Johnson. I think he's calling those pitches out of the Oklahoma dugout, and again, almost pitching a little backwards. You know, so you've got a breaking ball count, and then they throw a fastball and locking up some of these Razorback hitters, and boy, that's been big. You know, you had Hio Aloy with runners on. You think, okay, that's a fastball right down the chute, and he just takes it.
You got to get points, LC.
Just not being predictable, I think, is the key.
Chatting in the chat.
No, I think
calling games.
I would 100% agree with that.
Stuff like that.
How many points do you have?
Got
I haven't
a couple of
seen
former
yet.
Lamar Cardinals going at it here.
That dude knows football.
Ruiz, who
okay.
came in with an on-base
He was
percentage
good at
of
it.
.461, meaning he's almost on base one out of every 2 times, is
I'll
0 for
give him
4 today.
that.
Might be 0 for 5. Willits has to make a strong throw. What a pick by Larkin at first. And that might have been Taki, who just came into the game. But what a pick.
I thought in real time, that Ruiz was out. But I think you have to
Well, there's no
challenge
film
in this
to break
situation.
down
You
on
can't
right
take
now.
him home with you. But that is a dandy play by Willits over there. And like you said, if that's Taki over at first base, which I think it is.
It is.
That is a great pick.
All I'm saying is if you let one person determine what you
So Taki just moved to first after pinch hitting in the top of this inning, and already he's trying to pick a ball out of the dirt on the throw from Willits to get a big out.
Well, they're showing it. They're showing it on the big board, and he is definitely out. This is not going to take very long. I loved how Willits, the shortstop, he did not reload or anything like that. He planted that foot. Great play.
Just fantastic on both ends.
Playing at a former school and playing for a different coach is 2 different things.
That's going to be
I'm
one of
glad he
those
broke
plays.
down
If
the
you're
transfers.
Oklahoma, post-game, you're going to circle that play going, hey, that really changed the momentum of this game and to try to put teams away, put Arkansas away in the situation.
Just limiting base runners. Koschel has epitomized this game. He's walked twice, he struck out twice. And in his last at-bat yesterday, he homered, so he's got the 3 true outcomes. Again, Arkansas has 5 runs, but on 3 hits. Now, I was alerted to a strange game that occurred in the Lone Star Conference 2 days ago between Angelo State and St. Mary's. Angelo State won 3-2 despite the fact that they had 0 hits.
Oh, my word. That is crazy.
3 runs, 0 hits, compared to 2 runs, 8 hits, and 5 errors for St. Mary's, if you had that on your
bingo card.
Bingo card. But it's hard to get no hit and win 3-2. It's hard to have 10 free base runners, but only 3 hits. Credit to the Sooners. And it's pitches like that that have caused problems all day. The break, the bend, and whether you call it pitching backwards or just really locking up these hitters.
Oh, I just think that the location of these Sooners pitchers has been
Later, LC.
exceptional today. They are keeping the baseball out of the heart of the plate, and they're having a lot of success.
And when you start swinging at breaking balls and then taking fastballs for strike 3s, that's got to be incredibly irritating.
That would be a big improvement, Ashton. I hope I can see.
Counts full to
I can see
Koschel.
7.
And that is walk number 11.
Saw a chance really trying to sell that one. I think he thought it was outside, but that fastball just had a little bit of run to it, and I think it
There's
started
another
out in the
thing,
strike
Sarge,
zone,
that
but
we're not really accounting
sometimes
for.
movement can be
in this
not your best
baseball
friend
game
as a
is-
pitcher.
They've walked a lot of our great hitters.
And look how big that
They're better
run
hitters.
was last inning, the
Yeah,
home
but
run
That's when your
by
other guys
Harris,
gotta
because
pick it
a
up.
blast right here by Helfrich, and the Sooners are still up a run.
Yeah, it keeps the tying run from coming to the plate with just 1 base runner. Helfrich has walked 3 times today.
That whole next man up mentality.
Boy, I think if you're a rider, you just have to think you're going to get something on the outer third, and you have to hit that baseball, almost like think I want to try to hit that ball to the scoreboard.
His 15 home runs, tied with Koschel for most on this team. This is the 50th game of the season for Helfrich. He is going to be an absolute menace when it comes to the ABS, because you talk about a guy who understands the strike zone, both hitting because he's walked. Now, 51 times in 50 games, but with what he does behind the plate, framing pitches.
I think so.
He's going to be tapping his helmet and winning one challenge after another. I believe Arkansas is not going to let their pitchers challenge when they get to Hoover, so they're putting it all on Ryder's back.
I think so.
And why not? He's your first-round pick soon. He's your 3-year starter.
You're a veteran. You're going to have to lean on him, and that might be something that Matt Hobbs talks about with his pitching staff is you do not challenge a pitch. That's Ryder's job.
2-0 the count to Helfrich. Cleveland's pitch. Catches the inside corner with a fastball at 91.
Katie, appreciate you subscribing. Welcome to the Sarge Squad.
Arkansas has not scored since the 4th inning when Helfrich beat out a ground ball double play to get an RBI. One almost hit him. It's been a long time since the 4th inning. It's been about 8 pitchers ago and a few other
Seems like a decade ago.
oddities, yeah, I would say.
Okay, if you're Red or Helfrich, you've got to cut this plate in half no matter what you're looking for. I still think they're going to go away on him right here.
Does he get something to hit? My goodness, that was a pitch down the chute.
You just wonder what he's thinking on that pitch right there. I mean, at some point you got to take a hack on a pitch that's right down the middle.
3-1 fastball, so now it's gone full. Kosha will be able to. No, he won't. There's just one gone. He's not going to run unless he wants to feel spunky. Helfrich will single to left center field. Kosha's going to make the turn, head to third, will make it without a throw, and Helfrich with the base hit to put runners on the corners, and the tying run will come to the plate.
Let's go.
That is the epitome of muscling a ball to the outfield. Just a jam shot right there by Ryder Helfrich and just bloop that into center field. And that play is in front of Camden Kojal, and that is 100% his read to decide if he's going to go to third base
close to his hands
without a
too,
throw
yeah.
because it was hit so softly and how deep walk in
Cody
center field
Harris,
was.
appreciate you subscribing.
Cody.
Welcome to the Sarge
Well, the man
Squad.
Arkansas, I'm sure, would like to have coming to the plate representing the tying run is Aloy, who has struck out twice today. 2 of the 12
Aloy, you
Aloy.
can tie
for
this game
Razorback
up.
hitters. Homered in every game last weekend, looking for his first hit against the Sooners in this series.
Well, I tell you what, Oklahoma's done a great job with that breaking ball in the outside corner early on in the count against Kahio Aloy.
Starting ahead in the count. In the air, foul. Taki will get to the railing and quickly run out of room. That was 10-11 rows up into the seats. Did a fan make a catch? In banana ball, Aloy would be out.
Definitely has some unique rules, but Kahio Aloy finds himself 0-2 really quickly.
Come on, Aloy, hit the barbecue truck was just uttered downstairs. 0-2 pitch, up and in. Tell you what, though, just keeping the line moving with a base hit would give this crowd something to invest in.
I think that was a setup pitch because up and in, and now you're going to go breaking ball down and away. And if you're a base runner, you kind of have to be on your toes right here.
Koshel at third, Helfrich at first. The pitch to Aloy. Another one popped up. Again, Taki chasing. Does he have a play here? He is to the railing. This one not quite as far up in the seats, but no real chance. Taki's only been in the game 5 minutes. He's made a pick at first. He's gone to the railing a couple of times.
I'll tell you what, he goes over there with some purpose, too, because he's not going to let a ball land in the first or second row. I like that. He's dialed in.
Shaping up to be a little battle here between Aloy and Cleveland. The 1-2 pitch. I think LaChance almost caught that with his bare hand.
I don't know if that hit a whole lot of
What
leather
happened?
right there. You can see that kind of took that glove off, a little bit of mask off, but yeah, that was not the most graceful stop. He got the job done.
The 2-2. Aloy was on that one. He tried to beat him with an inside fastball, and that's a dangerous place to live, but Kahio fouled it back. Shadows are beginning to advance in front of home plate. Maybe soon advantage pitcher. Aloy's bottom half in shadows, the top half in sunshine, waiting on the 2-2. Hit hard, picked by the shortstop Willits, but then he bobbled it.
Save.
Cujillo safe. A run will score.
There we go.
It's 8-6. And Troy, that's a double play ground ball if he could come up with it. But 109 off the bat. Willits scooped it but didn't get it cleanly.
Well, we've talked about all season long about how hard Cujillo Aloy hits the baseball, and that makes you do crazy things as an infielder. This ball is absolutely smoked, and Willits, it kind of hits down in that webbing, and then it kicks away, and that's a good job by Cujillo Aloy hustling down the line.
I mean, you have to credit him for not just thinking that's going to be an easy DP.
But the walk to Kojal comes around to score, and that's going to bring Skip Johnson back out the mound. And he definitely is wearing a path from the dugout to the pitcher's mound today.
Remember, Cleveland got the first out of the inning on that reviewed play with Ruiz
have to
at first.
replace all that grass as much as
Since then,
he's walked out
single,
there.
and I'm guessing error. It's 8-6. And the fans have a little bit of life in the bottom of the 8th inning.
They're going to stick with Cleveland.
You're almost getting to that point where either you're building towards a closer in the 9th or you have maybe just a card or two left to play. That's Bowden every day. Jason Bowden in the bullpen. He was hit by a line drive on his shoulder in that series against Florida up near the...
Was it his pitching shoulder?
I feel like it was his glove shoulder. But he came out of the game. Here's Souza.
Come on, Souza. Don't look at this
2
one.
strikeouts, a walk, and a hit by pitch. Ground ball up the middle, but it'll find its way into center field. Helfrich will turn third. He's going to score. On his way to third base is Aloy, and this is a 1-run game. Back-to-back ground balls, Troy, and if the Sooners were living right, they would have been double plays. One was an error, one was a base hit, and it's 8-7.
To leave the chat.
Right.
Well, Branch, the second baseman, was kind of pulled a little bit more to the pull side, and Aloy hits that ball, breaking ball outside, just out of the reach of the pitcher, Cleveland. And easy for the runner, Helfrich, to score from second base, and Aloy going from first to third.
Mike Anu in.
Come on, Mike.
He struck out back in the 7th.
We need you right here, buddy.
He has not faced Cleveland.
Well, I tell you what, Mike Anu is a hard guy to double up. He runs really well. Unless he hits the ball sharply at the Sooner infielder, this could be the tying run even on a ground ball.
4 straight Razorbacks have
Come
reached.
on, Micah.
There it
Newell
is.
struck one to
There it
center
is.
field. Down for a base hit, tie game. Aloy comes across.
Yes,
it's
sir.
8-8 to the
New ball
Razorbacks
game,
have
baby.
played 3 runs this inning.
Even playing field.
And away, Micah.
Well, that air by Willis was Cujillo Aloy, and he just came around to tie this ball game. That is the run that scored. The Sooners have a right-hander in the bullpen, so they don't have a lefty to go to try to match up against Zach Stewart. Or at least anybody that's warming up at this point.
And again, Troy, that ground ball you mentioned from Aloy. It's right to Willits. If he scoops it cleanly, that is an easy double play, as hard as it came off his bat. Zach Stewart on senior day.
Come on, Zach. Blast
Before the
three-run
pitch,
homer and
LaChance
open
has an
this up.
issue with his pitch comm. And the fans who are up on their feet, not pleased. Maybe it's so loud he can't hear it. Maybe that's the issue.
Maybe a volume thing, not a functioning thing, right? The Razorback faithful are full-throated right now.
Arkansas came into this inning without a run or, for that matter, a hit since the 4th inning. And they were trailing 8-5. Well, they've had a total of 3 singles this inning, but a walk and E6 have also contributed.
Yeah, and like you said, it was a bang-bang play at first base, and clearly Ruiz was out, but The patient at bat by Camden Kojal for the walk kind of kick-started this inning. And I'm surprised that OU doesn't have somebody out there at the least that Cleveland can throw to a little bit, or he's not playing catch with an infielder at this point.
It was about this time in the game in the bottom of the ninth inning on Sunday
What's
where
going on?
DVH and Matt Hobbs and others have talked about
had to
they
walk
felt
away
like
for a
the
second.
crowd
She was
almost
catcher.
spooked the Rebels
Conveniently.
and lifted Turner to what would be a walk-off home run, as if the compounding investment and noise affected the outcome on the field.
I agree.
And it's starting to become a little bit of a factor here in the eighth inning, considering one batter after another has stepped to the plate, and that out counter has remained at 1. Stewart, the batter, fans on their feet in an 8-8 game in the eighth. And remember all season what Arkansas has done the most, score runs in the eighth inning. It has been their frame. Hard hit.
Yes, fair ball,
Down the
baby. You
line
got
to
away
right.
beef stew.
Sousa will score. New with great speed. He's going to be waved in. Harris bobbled the baseball. 2 will score.
Absolutely
Zach Stewart has put the Razorbacks in
spectacular.
front 10-8.
Let's go.
A rocket just fair down the line and right. And there was no doubt both Razorbacks were going to score.
They
This
might
is a
put
bullet by
McIlvain in
Zach
going
Stewart.
into the
Gets a
ninth. What do you
hanging
think?
breaking ball. Just was able to
Yeah,
keep that
I would
ball
say that.
fair. Well, it went right over. The first baseman tried to call that one foul.
I thought it was, I'll be honest with you.
But it went right over the base. And here the key is the ball was kicked around by Harris in the right field corner. And New just easily
weren't gonna
scored
throw
on
out
that
New
one.
anyway.
It might have been a play
New's too
over there,
fast.
but New runs really
He was
well.
scoring on that anyway.
So Troy, with what Arkansas has done today, in the eighth innings this year, they've outscored their
Yeah, New's a
opponents
speed demon.
56-17. What did Matt Hobbs tell us a few weeks ago? That's what we do. We score in the eighth inning and change games on days we win.
Did you see what Ozzy
All
just
of this
said?
That's
coming with
easy to do, Ozzy, just to push up a
the
button.
base is empty and 1 out before walk, single, error, single, 2-run double. Pitching change for the Sooners, 10-8 Razorbacks in the bottom of the eighth inning.
Let's go.
Ozzy finally got to talk after being in timeout for 30 minutes. That's all we had to do. We just had to time out Ozzy a little bit.
He is, he needed to go and sit in the corner and take a rest. He'd take a nap. He was a little cranky.
Just a little deep breath, a little woo-saw.
I could have swore just an inning ago everybody's like, oh, it's over, we lost. Where's Arkansas at? Mr. Arkansas, you said this game was over, sir.
Ozzy said, y'all time me out for the ninth versus Ole Miss. And we won.
Yeah, that was me, Ozzy. You're welcome, sir. When you start giving Sarge a headache, you got to go take a nap.
Just said gave Ozzy his mom. He was hungry. He was hangry.
I told him to eat a Snickers.
Give me McGuire to finish. What?
Tate McGuire? I don't. He's already been in the ball game.
I'll take McIlvain to finish.
TJ Pompey
McLovin.
takes one down and out.
Come on, Pompey. Get this insurance
Zach
run
Stewart
in, too.
being pinch run for by Christian Turner out there at second base. You see the numbers for Bowden, his 18th
Yeah, base hit
appearance.
scores. Turner
Again, he
second
was
with
struck
no
up
problem.
near the shoulder, I believe, of his glove hand on a liner last weekend against the Gators. Wave and a miss from Pompey.
Yeah,
a year ago, Bowden made 31 appearances, which was the most
make
among
contact out of
Oklahoma
the left.
pitchers, second most in the conference.
Yeah, he's got a real arm. He's been up to 96 on his warm-up tosses. Really three-quarter release guy, and it looks like kind of one of those max effort
Let's poke to first. Taki there. They'll bring it back to the bag.
Third.
Retire Pompey as Turner advances to third. You saw that graphic again on what Arkansas has done in 8th innings this year. It's almost bizarre. And keep in mind, Troy, they've had 10 run rule wins where you haven't had an 8th inning for the most part.
That's right. And I'll tell you what.
You want the speed on the bag.
Bowden's got some electric stuff for sure. But even in his warm-ups, I think he threw a couple balls to the backstop. So that might be Arkansas's trademark of scoring on a wild pitch.
Rutenbar is the 9th hog to hit this inning. Came on a pinch hit in the 7th, struck out, stayed in to play first. Can't tell if that nose
I would
is all
say
bloodied
Gibbler,
up.
Fisher, McIlvain,
Whether he's on his
either
way to
one of those
recovery
three
after
would
the
be okay.
ground ball yesterday. Made contact with him on a dive at first.
Hitting with the sunglasses on.
Come on, Carter, turn around. We're zooming in on you.
Seems like it's still straight, the nose.
It's because I bet his head's still
2-0 the count.
light sensitive.
That's a ground ball.
Up the middle, that away, Root.
For a base hit. Turner on
that
the
away, Root.
It's a 6-run half inning for the Razorbacks and an 11-8 Arkansas advantage.
You said you need
what
home
I
runs
say,
to score
YT,
bases.
what I say. The longer that we go, the deeper we get into their
really quality at
bullpens,
bat right there by
the better
Carter
chance we got
Rutenbar.
to win.
Not trying to do too much.
I mean,
that's
I'm
a
not
fastball
saying
that
Sarge
really
is
runs
always
away.
right, but he's never
104
wrong.
on that ground ball by the freshman.
Only on the days of the week.
Going to turn this lineup over for Ruiz, who doesn't want the distinction of making 2 outs this inning.
Come on, Ruiz, you need a hit today, buddy. You're struggling
He's
today.
up there ready to do some damage. 0 for 5 is Ruiz.
That's a really big sweeping breaking ball by Bowden right there. He doesn't throw it very often, but that was a really good one. There it was again.
1-1.
Hey, Amanda.
Again, Ruiz played in Beaumont for Lamar. Bowden was born in Beaumont. The 1-1, not close.
Oh,
in fact,
there's
that
a
kicks
free
away
base.
from LaChance. It's going to skip all the way to the backstop. And Troy, there was one of those pitches.
Yeah, he threw several of them in warm-ups to the backstop. You see that sometimes out of those guys that are almost sidearm, that low three-quarters arm slot. It's really hard to be consistent with that release point.
Skip's been talking into that PitchCom device all afternoon. And for the most part, through 7+ innings, this team was in a really good position. A double play that wasn't turned after a walk and a single made things complicated.
Up
Another
the middle
ground
again.
ball, another
That's another run
single,
scored.
and another run as
Another
Rutenbar
Ruiz.
comes home. A 7-run inning.
Boy, the ball just seems to really be bouncing the Razorbacks' way, and you're right. Oklahoma's going to look back, and the hard hit ground
That's
ball
right,
to Willits is one of those ones that
lies
just
detected.
really did kind
Let's
of
hit
kickstart
6
that
more.
inning.
Let's hit 6 more, and we'll walk it off.
Because, Troy, this inning ends with no run scoring if they get that double play. This scores run number 7.
I think if Branch can knock that ball down, Rutenbar does not score because he's not even to third base right there.
Ruiz is going to run. Another throw that nearly hit Bowden. LaChance is going to take out one of his guys at some point. Ruiz with the bag is 15th.
If I see him throw and hit the pitcher in the head, I might
Look at
laugh.
this
Sorry.
ball.
Oh, yeah, you have to watch how
Bowden
close he
almost
gets.
wears this one.
Jesus.
Hey, I'm going to tell Oklahoma pitchers, hey, if you're going to get thrown down, you might as well just hit the deck, dude. Because your catcher's trying to take you out. You're going to end up on a concussion.
The Sooners did have a left-hander throwing a little bit ago, but nobody's on the mound anymore. This is all Bowden's inning, I believe.
Yeah, it's all Bowden's inning.
They say there's
Troy,
nobody.
the frustration
there's
level
nobody
has to be
else.
off the charts for the Sooners. I know they talk about take one pitch at a time. Those one pitches keep being hit and poked up the middle on 10 bounces.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, those
you're
are
right,
not
Ozzy,
hit
but I do
sharply.
like to see that
last
we're
ball
manufacturing runs and hitting the
by
ball
Rutenbar.
to make up
this is
for
going to be
that
an offensive
now.
timeout that Nate Thompson's
because it would have been real easy to fold and just let them win this game.
Because the way the ball's flying out of the park, I don't think any lead is
safe.
I mean, clearly, the Razorbacks have put up a 7-spot right here. So you got to take advantage of every offensive opportunity you can.
Yeah, we are almost at the 4-hour mark. 9 minutes.
Tate McGuire came into the game in the top of the 8th inning, gave up a homer to Harris, the first man that he faced. And the Sooners had an 8-5 lead. And then Arkansas on the bottom of the frame has put forth a 7-spot. Kojal's batting for the second time. He walked and scored. He reached with 1 out and the bases empty at that point. Helfrich singled with a full count pitch, and then Eloy hit the ground ball to short that was bobbled, and then single, double, ground out, single. I
think you might see Kojal come out of his shoes on this swing right here.
2-0 pitch.
I think it was a changeup.
He did, got the
dandy.
change.
Great call, great execution by Bowden.
This inning has taken so long, those shadows have advanced out in front of the dirt in front of home plate, so picking up spin might be a little bit challenging.
Yeah, that sucks when the ball goes from light to dark.
Kojal.
But it didn't hurt Kojal none.
Walk over, dives, and makes the catch. Something had to go right for the Sooners this inning. Tremendous effort from Walk. But a 7-run Razorback inning.
Boys.
And the Sooners will come to bat in the 9th with some work
for
to
that
do.
8th inning. All right, let's close the door on them right now. No shenanigans, no nothing. Just 1, 2, 3, so I can eat some food.
McLovin's coming in. He's got to be coming in, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Or Gibbler, if Gibbler's not starting tomorrow. If they play tomorrow.
The immaculate inning.
That would be great. 9 pitches, 3 outs. Absolutely.
Ashton.
They don't like it when we win.
Oh, Ozzy says, I'm here. Don't worry. I'm right here. Fishman.
Mexican food truck. That's what I'm talking about. I love Mexican food. I probably eat it too much.
I don't like the aftermath.
I probably eat it too much.
I don't like the aftermath of the Mexican food truck.
I don't have a problem with that.
I'd be looking like a Major Razor right there.
Leslie, tomorrow, not bad storms, just some thunderstorms with rain by around like 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow. So the game starts at noon. So I don't know. I haven't heard nothing. So like I said, if you guys don't follow us on Twitter, X, you need to, because that's where we will put out any program changes
similar in the 9th.
to when I go live tomorrow.
Closer, Ethan McIlvain.
Yeah, I think this is a good move by Dave Van Horn and
Razorback Recon.
You want to close this game out, and McIlvain's your closer.
Like,
he's the guy that can get it done. It allows him to throw a lot more fastballs.
What did I say? I called it.
The 36 punch-outs in only the 25 innings. But again, for a power pitcher, only the 8 walks is really impressive.
He pitched against the Rebels back on Sunday. 2 innings, gave up 1 run. It was a homer, and that was the long ball that DVH commented about at his monthly luncheon. He said if he, meaning Ethan, didn't throw the ball down the middle, it wouldn't have landed in the pond.
Sometimes DVH can hurt your feelings.
No, he can. Bit. Yeah, he can give it to you just a little bit.
Tell you what, if you're Oklahoma, this is the guy you want up at the plate to kind of kickstart a rally.
It's Camden Johnson. 2, 3, and 4 due up this inning. We'll see what Johnson has done. Those hits have come in his last 2 at-bats. That didn't look to be a strike, but it was called one.
I got a pot roast.
Oh,
Johnson's
shut
reaction
up.
looked like it was already to hit him.
I thought it was up and in.
Dude, he's been calling that side of the plate like that all game long. Bro, get with the program.
1-1 pitch. It's downstairs. My son, who works in the Eastern League, got to see Ethan's
That was
brother
a strike
Chris
at the beginning
pitching
of the
for
game.
New Hampshire, the Double-A team of the Blue Jays that has Jace
Jacob
Orphan
Whitey
on
too,
it.
boy.
But Big Brother's thrown in 5 games this year with a win and a 3.60 ERA.
There you go.
Wave and a miss at the low fastball.
Now throw him that slow breaker. Looping curveball, but keep it down.
Sooners would like a couple of base runners to calm this crowd down. They have been on their feet for the better part of 20 or 30 minutes.
There it is.
That
Goodbye.
is right over the outside corner. Strike 3 called.
Good
And
pitch.
McIlvaine strikes out the first Sooner that he faces in this 9th inning.
I think it felt like that Camden Johnson expanded the zone on the pitch before that one, and it almost kind of made him a little hesitant on the last fastball on the outside corner.
I don't know if Johnson thought it was out. I will say Helfrich did not move his glove an inch.
No,
an iota.
He just stuck it.
Here's LaChance. He had a homer in the first and a huge 2-run double in the 7th that broke up a tie game and looked to be the biggest swing of the day for the Sooners. But he's going to need more, and so will his teammates.
Well, he's going to go back to the bench here in 2 more pitches.
Arkansas really pulled one out of the fire Sunday with Turner against the Rebels to win the game, win the series. Trying to pull one out today to win the series against the Sooners and have a chance to sweep tomorrow. Hard hit but fouled outside of third base. And a win would make it 15. Troy, if you look ahead, you get 16. Then a series win next week in the would be back to that 18-win number again in league play.
If you're 18 wins in the SEC, you have to host. I mean, I think that is just almost a given at that point.
I'm not a big fan of lobster tails.
Arkansas trying to reach 18 conference
like
wins for the 9th
shrimp.
consecutive season, a testament to consistency in this gauntlet of a
league.
And that's a wave and a miss, and that's back-to-back Ks.
Got him.
For the left-hander from Tennessee. 2 gone, 9th inning.
Don't get us
really nice.
Don't get ahead of us, madman.
McIlvaine out of Vanderbilt. That was the cutter slider. Great job by Helfrich just to dig that one out.
Hey, Leslie, that's we've done every game. I think we've done every game except for 3.
You throw a pitch like that,
if they played 50, we've done
off.
47.
K counter's been busy
games this year.
At times today. This is Willits. Willits is 0 for 4. Trying to keep this game going for the Sooners.
Plus, we did all basketball.
Is that on Twitch?
Or most of basketball, but we'll do all
Arkansas
basketball next
has
year.
still been out-hit in this game 11-9. They lead at 12-8. I think I said in the 2nd inning this was shaping up to be a bit of a strange, wild game, and I think that alone gives me some street cred.
I think I'd rather have crab legs over a
when
lobster
you're
tail.
down 3 and then you come out up 4, that's
scallops.
Some craziness happening.
Well, I do love some good scallops.
McIlvaine's pitch, spiked that one.
I don't do like mussels and clams.
I don't do that. I ain't trying to swallow no
The
loogies.
rosin on the back of that hat from McIlvaine has only increased with each passing week in this campaign.
That's got to add a little extra weight on that hat. That thing's got to be coming in about 3 pounds.
Sticky. That's like eating cotton candy.
I love crawfish.
I've never had those.
Sooners down to their final striker out in the 9th
I need
inning.
to do some crawfish boil, some shrimp, some gumbo. I've not had a lot of Louisiana.
In a game in which the Sooners have hit 4 home
food.
runs and not hit the Razorbacks by 2.
I'm going to have to go to Louisiana and just eat for a week.
If that man can throw one more strike.
Here's what you do,
one
Sarge.
more out. The pitch, lying to left. It's hard to keep Willits over the course of a day. So
anyways, like I was saying,
1 for 5.
When you go to have some kind of Cajun food down in Louisiana, you got to go to a hole in the wall. Looks like the place is falling apart.
When you're up 4 runs, make them earn it.
That's where you'll find the best food.
But good swing right there by.
Hey, appreciate it, Michael.
Willits.
Thank you for being here, brother, and your continued support.
This game might not reach the 4-hour mark.
And don't
yes, it is. It's already reached the 4-hour mark,
The Sooners are trying to get to that point. Gamble's 0 for 4. Lefty,
It's
lefty
4 hours
matchup.
on the dot right now.
Pitch misses. Willits
4
will
hours
advance
and
to
1
second
minute.
on the indifference. Arkansas was not holding him.
You got a fire, man. Appreciate you becoming
The
a
4,
new
5, and 6 hitters for the
subscriber
Sooners
today.
were hitless until that base hit from Willits. They were 0 for 12.
And almost got Gamble. I think he just rolled into that one just a little bit.
Come on, McLovin.
McIlvain's body language is not very happy with himself after that last pitch.
The RISP numbers, with the exception of that bottom of the 8th, for both teams not very good.
Michael
No
with the
shortage
super
of base
chat.
runners,
$2 super
however.
chat. Appreciate that, Michael.
Well, count's gone to 3-0.
You almost have to take 2 strikes in this situation when you're down 4. The Sooners need base runners any way you can get on.
Come on, McLovin.
And that is ball 4. So a 2-out single, then the walk. Oklahoma needs one more
Hell,
base runner.
you called that
to
as
bring the time
worst
run to the
pitch to land a
plate.
strike, dude.
Matt Hobbs, who probably thought his day was about done, will pay a visit to the mound.
You wonder if this conversation with Matt Hobbs is like, hey, do you want to throw something with a little bit of spin on it to get the field to get a strike? To me, you see that happens quite a bit when a pitcher's really struggling with that fastball, slowing that arm speed down just a little bit with a cutter slider.
Could very well be the case.
But if I'm a pitcher, I'd almost rather have walked the batter right there and gamble and just get a whole new count.
Just flush it?
Yeah, just flush it and move on.
Okay.
I feel you on that.
Brendan Brock 0 for 3. 3 times he's hit the ball to Kojal. Beg your pardon, 0 for 4, but 3 of those outs have been ground balls right to the Arkansas shortstop.
Arkansas does have a couple arms going in the bullpen right now. Those
Is
have
that
not
6
been-
straight that have been missed?
They have
just
not
lost
been
the strike
close.
zone.
There's something wrong with his hand.
Looks like right-hander Cooper Dossett. There's a left-hander. I can't quite see who it is.
Courtney.
Again, a
with his
walk here
$1.99
brings the
super
tying run to the
chat.
plate. Lifted to center. New gliding back at the track at
Got
the
it.
fence.
There we go.
He's got it. Ball game
Thank
over.
you, Courtney.
A souvenir for the
$1.99
fans of
game-ending
Arkansas
super chat.
with a
Go
7-run
Hogs.
Hey,
8th
you
inning.
know what I
Rallies
did?
for the
You
victory
know what I
over the
did?
Sooners, and they take the series.
Well, I think
put
that
Ozzie in
Arkansas is going to
timeout
look
and
back
won.
on this one. It
Yep.
felt like a couple ball games, but they
Appreciate
got a
your
little bit of the
support, Courtney.
gift
Thank
on
you
the
very
air
much.
by Kahio Aloy, but they took advantage of it, and they left a lot of runners on base, struck out a lot, but found a way to win the ball game, and that's all that counts.
Left on base was the big
Let's
issue for
go.
Arkansas all day until they got that 7-run inning. And again, if that ground ball
We take
double
the
play is
series.
turned Troy.
There's another series win. And I guess we need to ban Ozzie tomorrow so we sweep the series.
Yeah, well, let him come in and say some words, and then after you do that, you do the
I have to
24
ban him
hour.
for 24 hours so we can win the series. Because as soon as he got timed out again, we won. The game was over. We won. So there's something to that. So we might have to test that theory again tomorrow if we get to play. So again,
Well, that means during football season, we have to time him out every single game.
If you look right here on the screen at Razorback Recon is our X account. So if you have X, you can go follow us. That's where we post all of our updates to the show times or all of our breaking news, all that kind of stuff. If you want to stay up with the channel, that's the best place to do it. Clips, all that stuff. So, because that's where we'll be posting tomorrow, what time, if anything changes, what time we're going live. If nothing changes and the weather doesn't come like they say, we will be regular at 11:45 because I think the game starts at noon. So
I will probably
yes,
not be
I will
at
be by
that
myself
stream
tomorrow. But again, we appreciate everybody that watched with us for 4 hours and 5 minutes. Y'all have a great rest of your Saturday night. From me, YT, We appreciate you. We love y'all. And we'll see you tomorrow. Woo Pig. Continue mission.